A flashlight beam cut through the oppressive darkness of an industrial room, briefly illuminating a tangle of pipes and a looming ladder. A soft, heavy thud echoed through the silence. Imposing armored figures, their circular visors glowing faintly, stood in a silent, dark formation. Several armed figures, clad in dark tactical gear, navigated cautiously through the dim, damaged interior of a building. Their advanced sensors swept the environment, searching intently. A slight pause indicated a potential discovery. Then, a voice broke the tension, announcing their target had been found. A distressed child, notable for their sharp teeth, crouched low, shielding their eyes from an intrusive, harsh light. A ragged figure bolted swiftly through the gloom, fleeing from two masked and armed soldiers close behind. As a masked figure aimed a rifle, a child ran, startled by a sudden, nearby explosion. A sharp command urged someone to deploy something immediately. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a sunlit room, where an empty bed sat beside a nightstand holding a mug and neatly folded items. A young character, with wide, surprised eyes and mouth agape, peered cautiously over a pillow, startled. The child's eyes had opened abruptly, awakened by the dazzling intensity of the bright sunlight. They were in a place designated as a children's protection zone. The child's scarred bare feet twitched slightly on the smooth wooden floor. For a child who had known only life beneath an abandoned building, this new environment felt profoundly strange. Everything was alien, the flat floors, the clean clothes, and the food that appeared routinely on a schedule. Consequently, the child spent most of their time alone on a nearby hill. One day, another child approached, asking why they were by themselves. The other child invited them to play together. The child, exhibiting spiky fur and wide, terrified eyes, crouched on all fours in the grass, unresponsive. Other chibi children ran chaotically across a green field, while one remained hunched over, clearly distressed. A gentle breeze rustled through the air. The small, childlike figure tumbled backward onto the soft green grass, amidst a field dotted with butterflies. A woman in a wheelchair looked out a window, her gaze fixed on the distant field. She pondered if the child could speak, concluding it wasn't a disability but a lack of learned communication, though he seemed to comprehend some words. The rescue team had speculated that the child likely grew up among animals. Someone remarked that he was literally a Mowgli, prompting a confused echo of the name. An older voice chuckled, observing that the younger generation wouldn't know the reference, which was understandable. The story, they explained, dated from before the child arrived. A bell rang, signaling a change in activity. A surprised woman raised her hands, facing a group of children, as more dashed across the floor around her. The wide-eyed child looked startled, standing between two adults, one of whom displayed clear shock. One of the children, curious, inquired about an unfamiliar object. As the child mused, a voice explained that the object in question was a letter. It was a letter sent by a sponsor, a person who sometimes also sent gifts. Another child then asked if the protagonist had a sponsor. Sunlight streamed into the room through two windows, brightly illuminating the floor and a green curtain. They explained that a sponsor was an adult who looked after a child. A heated discussion ensued about whether adults were kind or bad, until a compromise was reached: half were kind, and half were bad. Someone mentioned Matthew, who had received a large toy from his sponsor and wouldn't stop bragging, even describing it as something for hitting people. Lily's sponsor had bought her clothes, specifically a dress with an excessive amount of frills, which someone found disgusting. Joe had even conversed with his sponsor, a notion that someone found truly repulsive. One child declared they didn't need a sponsor because their mother had promised to come for them. Their mother had said she would return after they had slept for just 100 nights. The child confidently asserted that 100 nights would pass incredibly quickly. Yet, a quiet hope lingered that she would arrive soon. The young character stared intently to the right, their wide eyes reflecting the warm orange glow of the background. The child blinked slowly. A close-up revealed the character's wide, sparkling eyes, filled with a mix of wonder and shock. It felt as if distant stars were rapidly rushing past. They descended from the vast, far reaches of space. And that was how, according to the story, they all became friends. However, a dissenting voice declared that this account was a lie. The speaker questioned why a teacher would lie, concluding it was because they thought the children were babies. A pair of hands held open a large book, its text illegible. When asked where they found the book, the child responded, from the principal's study. The book revealed that a long time ago, aliens had come to Earth. Giant glowing figures loomed over a city, one reaching out towards another in the sky. An urgent news report had quickly spread. Humans retaliated with a formidable weapon, described as super-duper strong, named HAEK. A missile launched into the sky above a tank, while a tiny figure stood upon a vast, abstract structure. But then, an unexpected event transpired. A figure with outstretched hands gazed in awe at a bright black hole swirling within a cosmic void. The alien consumed the weapon, leading to humanity's surrender, supposedly because the alien was simply hungry, while a gentle breeze stirred. A bell rang out, followed by a cheerful, sing-song sound. A voice called out a name, Carlo. Then, another name was called, Mori, prompting a confused query. It was announced that a letter had arrived for Mori. A pair of hands held up a sealed envelope, prominently featuring a red wax seal. The speaker excitedly revealed that Mori now had a sponsor, asking if they were happy about it. The wide-eyed child held the sealed letter, looking completely surprised, standing near a bucket and various play tools. In a doorway, a small child stood beside a spilled bucket, while another looked on. A young girl with braids cried uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, her mouth open in distress. The morning sun illuminated a cluttered room, casting light upon a draped table, stacks of books, and various old wooden items. A child's shrill voice cried out, demanding someone to leave. On a wooden floor, 3 small figures playfully ran in circles, weaving around scattered moving boxes. A distressed girl, her braided hair askew, huddled low before slowly looking up, her face a mixture of terror and tears. Nearby, a wide-eyed baby crawled across the floor, crumbs scattering around a sitting person. A voice recounted how all these possessions were cherished, followed by a quiet sniffle. A dismissive sound escaped someone, indicating impatience or disapproval. A child revealed that, in truth, 100 nights had already passed, asserting their ability to count despite what their mother might believe. A mournful realization settled upon the child, they were utterly alone now. A muscular character's body was captured in a dynamic, struggling pose, hinting at a strenuous effort. On the floor, 2 children sat sadly, one openly weeping while the other gazed on with a bewildered expression. Tears streamed down a young person's face, their features contorted in clear upset. A hesitant question filled the air, asking if the offered item was truly edible. A wide-eyed character gazed intently at a cookie held in a hand, drooling heavily in anticipation. Sunlight poured into the room, sharply silhouetting a person's shadow onto a cloth-draped table. An adult observed that the child couldn't read, then offered to examine what they were holding. Someone slowly and carefully attempted to read simple words, sounding them out as hello. Hello there. A surprised exclamation followed, wondering if that was all there was, accompanied by a quick rustling sound. A shimmering blue crystalline flower lay upon a wooden surface, catching and reflecting the ambient light. A child with wide, surprised eyes stared directly ahead, taking in the scene before them. A gentle hand carefully held the glowing blue flower, its light pulsating softly. 3 figures slept in their beds, though one stirred slightly. Nearby, a person's face rested beside a delicate blue flower. A cute baby lay nestled among blue flowers, clutching one in its tiny hand, its eyes wide with surprise. A soft sniffing sound filled the air, as if someone was trying to detect a scent. A distinct ringing sound echoed, marking a moment of realization or announcement. Excitement bubbled over as a name was called out repeatedly, Mori. Mori. Another voice exclaimed how incredibly lucky Mori was, their tone full of envy and awe. A child gasped in wonder, observing that the gifts had piled up immensely. A young child, sporting glasses and a cape, sat on the floor, almost entirely engulfed by a mountain of toys and gifts. Someone read aloud from the letters, noting their simple words and messy handwriting, then marveled at crayons with an unprecedented number of colors and a doll that could talk before suggesting it was time to brush teeth. A child pondered the mysterious benefactor, questioning their identity, their kindness, their wealth, and even suspecting an ulterior motive. Another child suggested that adults were only nice when plagued by guilt, a thought that seemed to spark a realization. The question of what someone might feel guilty about hung in the air. A distressed shout urged Mori to stop whatever they were doing. Another child playfully chided Mori, explaining the correct way to use something. A voice expressed genuine surprise, repeating the sentiment twice. Brilliant sunlight streamed through a large window, brightly illuminating the room and revealing the vibrant green trees outside. The director announced that the warm weather called for laundry and asked for the children's help. The children eagerly rolled up their pant legs, ready to assist with the task. Bare legs rhythmically stomped on a pile of white clothes within a rustic wooden tub. A child exclaimed in delight, pointing out their wrinkled toes, prompting another to confirm the observation with excitement. A dismissive voice questioned their excitement, wondering what was so amazing about wrinkled toes. Legs continued to stomp a white cloth in the wooden tub, which was now filled with bubbly water. Wide, sparkling eyes, adorned with sweat drops and a blush, betrayed an expression of either nervousness or intense excitement. Someone observed that children were fun, followed by a flurry of rapid sounds, concluding with an affirmation that it truly was amazing, Mori. A warning was cut short, cautioning against stepping too hard, as it would cause a splash, before calling out a name, Dina. A confused query turned into an urgent shout, calling out Radina. A red-haired character looked up, their face alight with a wide, excited smile under the bright sunlight. In distant tubs, two people reacted with surprise as one bathtub abruptly spilled water, revealing a small foot. A distressed woman wept openly, clutching her chest, while another woman gently reached out to offer comfort. A child cried out a single, heart-wrenching word, Mom. A blurred figure stood watching three small characters who were playing inside barrels beneath a tree. Under a clear blue sky, a young boy stared wide-eyed, his face frozen in a state of shock. A young boy stood in a sunny field, his gaze fixed on a girl sitting in the distance. A gentle voice offered a farewell, urging someone to take care. A warning was given not to eat too quickly to avoid indigestion, seeking confirmation that the message was understood. A generous offer was made, promising to give away all of what they possessed. Someone insisted that the child no longer go barefoot, presenting new footwear, followed by a choked sob. A joyful shout of Mori erupted, accompanied by a sound of surprise or impact. A voice gently suggested that the child must surely be happy. A person with dark hair slept peacefully, a faint smile gracing their lips, their cheeks lightly flushed. Two small children joyfully embraced each other, radiating happiness against a simple white background. On a grassy hill, a woman with a suitcase stood, while a child reached out towards her. A crowd of adults and children waved their hands, bidding farewell to an unseen observer. Once more, the child returned to sit alone on the familiar hill. Although the absence of a friend left a significant void, the child did not feel lonely. This was because the letters and gifts sent by someone were always close at hand. The cloak, a gift, felt incredibly soft, like the warmth of sunbeams. The colorful crayons and the doll that spoke provided endless amusement and fun. Moreover, the kind letters carried the delightful scent of fragrant wildflowers. A chibi-style character, eyes closed in contentment, held a blank piece of paper amidst a scattering of blue flowers against a bright sky. A soft whisper identified something as a picture or drawing. In a close-up, a character's face, set against a blue sky, gazed left with a neutral expression. The child again pondered the mysterious person, questioning their identity, their consistent kindness, and whether adults were only nice out of guilt. A tearful character, a wide smile gracing their face, warmly embraced another. A character's eye looked upwards, reflecting a brilliant, shimmering light. The child entertained a profound thought, wondering if this kind person could possibly be their mother. Declaring it was time for an adventure to dreamland, the child meticulously packed their belongings into the bag a friend had given them. At night, a wide-eyed boy in a red cape looked surprised, standing beside a brightly lit house. With a final glance, he said goodbye to the orphanage, now a distant silhouette. He took a single, determined step forward. Then another, setting off onto an unknown path. His journey had one ultimate destination, to finally meet his mom. The dim light of a barn cradled 2 cows and a goat, resting quietly on a bed of hay. A soft lapping sound broke the stillness, a small intake of sustenance. Suddenly, the child stirred, opening their eyes to a new day. An abstract darkness engulfed the scene, streaked with faint, receding light. A rhythmic clatter signaled the start of an unexpected journey. The train he had impulsively boarded was now carrying him far away, towards his mother. The long steam train snaked through a colossal desert canyon, a plume of smoke trailing behind it. Rough boots disturbed the sandy earth, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. A figure clad in a red hoodie pointed towards the distant train as it traversed the barren desert landscape. A wide-eyed boy, his face framed by a hood, cast a curious glance to his side. Under a heavy, clouded sky, a minuscule figure stood in utter solitude amidst the vast, desolate desert. His boots pressed down onto the barren, sandy ground, each step leaving an impression. Again, the small figure remained a solitary speck within the boundless, empty desert beneath the somber clouds. The small character, distinctive in a red cloak, watched as rocks tumbled down a distant desert slope. A silent question hung in the air, a moment of confusion or uncertainty. A small procession of figures began to move across the immense desert, dwarfed by the cloudy expanse above. Suddenly, a post-apocalyptic biker gang roared into view, tearing through the desert with one member defiantly brandishing a gun. A child, wide-eyed and even showing small fangs, sweat beading on their brow, registered pure shock. The wide-eyed character desperately fled, pursued relentlessly by the motorcyclists across the harsh desert. 3 motorcyclists closed in on their target, racing fiercely across the sandy expanse towards the small figure at its center. A close-up revealed a formidable character with red skin and stark white hair, clad in a dark, buckled jacket. From a jagged rocky outcrop, a character astride a motorcycle surveyed the sprawling desert landscape below. Someone voiced their surprise, wondering what strange sight lay before them. They questioned the nature of their discovery, doubting its humanity. Exclamations of disbelief followed, with one character asking how it could be human, given its small stature, and another admitting their ignorance. A mercenary thought arose, someone pondered if the unusual find could still be sold. A gulping sound was heard as a more sinister suggestion emerged, perhaps they could simply consume a small portion of it. They rationalized the idea, reasoning that its small size meant no one would notice, perhaps just a single leg. Before they could act, a gray monster charged with furious intensity, striking out with immense force. A commanding voice demanded to know who had granted permission to touch their captive so freely. A nervous apology was quickly offered to the boss. The boss scoffed, dismissing the child's small size as insignificant for a meal, but then paused, sensing something amiss. A sudden movement and a question filled the air, wondering what was happening. An exclamation of shock followed, recognizing the deadly nature of the incoming bullets. A horned character on a sleek, futuristic black motorcycle zoomed past, leaving streaks of motion in its wake. Panic erupted as someone cried out, identifying the assailant as a rider and attempting to quell the fear by emphasizing it was just one opponent. 2 masked figures retaliated, their guns spitting bright muzzle flashes into the desert air. The futuristic motorcycle sped onward through the desert, dodging enemy fire and stirring up a cloud of dust. The horned character on the black futuristic vehicle accelerated, returning fire with searing red lasers. A guttural roar of fury accompanied an expletive, directed at the encroaching attacker. A colossal beast slammed down onto the earth, unleashing a massive dust cloud, its impact observed by the distant rider. A menacing, wolf-like creature lunged, its fangs bared and a clawed hand outstretched aggressively. The horned character continued their high-speed charge on the futuristic black motorcycle. An intense fiery explosion suddenly erupted from the ground below. A sinister grin spread across someone's face. A large, gnarled hand reached out, shimmering with hazy particles and digital glitters. A sudden realization or alarm flashed. The motorcycle rider soared high into the air, launching off the ground and kicking up a dramatic spray of dust and debris. A figure clad in dark attire discharged an energy weapon, releasing a brilliant green burst of power. Bright surges of energy slammed into the jagged, dark landscape, leaving glowing marks. The child, still wearing their red cape, shielded their face as they were engulfed by the hazy, dusty environment. The rider stood poised beside their futuristic motorcycle, surveying the barren, dusty landscape around them. A small figure created a significant, dusty impact crater in the sandy ground, showing a surprising force. A stern voice accused the rider of another transgression, questioning their audacity to trespass in their territory. The small, wide-eyed character stood dwarfed between two massive feet, lost in the vastness of the desert. The horned figure on the motorcycle looked down from above at the small child, who gazed up with curiosity. A character with a dark face and multiple glowing green eyes stared intently, radiating an eerie intensity. A low growl accompanied a new question, wondering what fresh surprise had appeared. The name AIA was uttered, perhaps identifying the multi-eyed character. A masked character observed a robot, while a fierce chibi version of the child displayed clear signs of fear and nervousness. The masked character identified the small figure as a human infant, a thoughtful hum escaping them. From behind, a character's head with messy dark hair was visible, largely obscured by deep shadow. A friendly greeting was extended to the little one, full of warmth and cheer. The wide-eyed chibi character, a bead of sweat forming, looked startled amidst the desert landscape. The speaker offered comfort, assuring the child they were safe and introducing their creation, AIA, noting the child appeared lost. A flashing moment accompanied the promise that this rider would ensure the child's safe return home. The cute boy, with wide, sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks, gazed back with an expression of pure wonder. Meanwhile, a different group debated the child's value, noting its small size but considering it might fetch a decent price, perhaps sold alive to a cave dweller as a novelty toy. They observed that despite its scruffy appearance, the child's clothes were surprisingly nice, suggesting an auction might yield more, before suddenly pausing in confusion. A hesitant voice urged the little one to wait. The speaker trailed off, indicating something unusual or important was happening. A character with wide, distressed eyes, beads of sweat, and a blue blush on their face looked utterly surprised. A sudden exclamation of shock and a crashing sound indicated a realization of the time, wondering if it was already so late. An apology was hastily offered, citing an overwhelming schedule as the reason for abruptness. The speaker then quickly assumed the child could find their own way back, expressing enthusiasm at the prospect. With a definitive statement, the character announced their departure. The masked character sped away on their vehicle, kicking up a trail of dust across the barren landscape. A member of the gang swore in realization, recognizing the fleeing figure as the symbol and expressing immense relief at having narrowly avoided a life-altering mistake. Another mockingly labeled their leader's retreat as chickening out, only to be silenced abruptly. The boss cleared their throat, claiming the fright had dried it out, then accepted a drink with gratitude. The horned, red-skinned character with white hair took a long swig from a bottle. A curious sound escaped someone, a moment of questioning or mild surprise. A loud cry of alarm or pain suddenly erupted. Exclamations of utter disbelief followed, demanding to know when and how an unwelcome passenger had appeared. A frantic struggle ensued as the character furiously ordered the small intruder to get off their vehicle. Amidst squawking sounds, a cheerful voice introduced itself, declaring him stone. The multi-eyed character, with white hair and a red face, grimaced intensely in annoyance or pain. A pained groan was heard, complaining of a headache, followed by a flapping sound. The horned, red-faced character with green eyes sat slumped on the ground, looking distressed, surrounded by scattered papers and a nearby cat. A character discovered a document, wondering if it was a letter, recognizing it as a greeting to a beloved. The wide-eyed character peered over the document, their expression one of profound shock. Someone exclaimed with a sudden burst of energy, realizing the child had finally awakened. The speaker explained their concern about the rider's body temperature dropping and how the nearby human had covered them, also mentioning that a fire had been started for warmth. They then observed a need for hydration, suggesting they should all drink some water. Under the cover of night, a small character darted towards a flickering campfire, watched intently by a larger figure. A sound of realization or surprise escaped them. Suddenly, the child tossed a drink, splashing an unsuspecting person, all while a peculiar smiling rock appeared to observe the commotion. The horned character, with a red face and green eyes, had tears streaming down their face and chest, a clear sign of distress. A young boy, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, registered profound surprise or shock, with beads of sweat glistening on his face. Amidst a flurry of motion, a voice cried out in recognition, acknowledging the presence of the other. The intense, multi-eyed character with red skin and striking white hair fixed their gaze straight ahead. A dark-haired person carefully pulled aside a red cloth, revealing a handful of papers. They remarked on a distinct symbol, affirming its authenticity without any doubt. The symbol was identified as one of the 7 fingers of him, a being considered the beginning and end of the universe, accessible only to its owner or those granted permission. Its power was described as capable of even accelerating one's demise to the very next day. A creature's intense yellow eye, featuring a black and red pupil, gleamed with fierce energy, surrounded by lines of dynamic motion. A soft, rubbing sound was heard. But the rider considered their own thoughts. They observed a human who seemed somewhat deficient, yet bore a powerful symbol engraved on most of their belongings, including expensive paper valued at a month's food budget. The ink on the paper seemed to convey a sense of deep affection. The rider concluded that if they safely delivered the child, a substantial reward would surely await them. A voice announced that the battery was running low, instructing someone to go and rest. A distinct, echoing sound of impact accompanied a sudden holographic appearance. The scene shifted to a vast desert landscape, dominated by colossal rock formations beneath a heavily clouded sky. A question was posed, confirming understanding. The speaker asserted that a lifesaver like themselves was a rare commodity in the world. They further emphasized their unique value, claiming to be the only one intimately familiar with the area. They declared that they were currently engaged in an exceptionally good deed. The speaker began to articulate the consequences of their arrival. A towering horned figure gazed down upon a minuscule robed figure, dwarfed in the immense desert expanse. The speaker admonished someone for not paying attention while the rider was speaking, then urged patience amidst sounds of crackling energy. A sound like someone mumbling or chewing slowly emanated. A character screamed silently, their mouth agape, framed by lines indicating profound distress. A frantic voice bellowed, demanding to know what Yenma was eating, urgently instructing them to spit it out, as sounds of a struggle and gulping followed. Short, sharp gasps of breath filled the air. The speaker angrily branded the other an idiot, warning that consuming such a thing could be fatal, then forcefully ordered them to look closely amidst sounds of flapping and squirming. They emphasized the importance of careful observation, explaining that bluish-tinted legs could indicate poison, though thankfully, this particular item seemed harmless. They continued their instruction, explaining that swollen, round roots or a blue reaction when threatened signified poison, then sought confirmation of understanding, which was affirmed by nods. The writer believed that, with the lesson given, there should be no further problems. A panicked voice urgently warned against an impending action. Another voice shrieked, forbidding contact with something specific. A desperate plea to stay was uttered, accompanied by a rapid, flapping sound. The speaker implored someone not to get upset, as if their anger had been swept away. A character cursed under their breath, questioning their own actions with self-reproach. By the flickering light of a campfire, a child in a red cloak quietly drew, while a resting figure watched them. The observer inquired about what the child was drawing that day, as a slow, crawling sound was heard. The child babbled unintelligibly, expressing something that sounded like passion, which the listener admitted they couldn't understand. The listener pondered a sound, wondering if Mori was a name, their curiosity evident. They pointed to a dark object, asking what it was. A sound of confusion or surprise escaped. The character reacted with utter shock, questioning if the object referred to them. The red-skinned, multi-eyed character stared at a piece of paper, their expression etched with worry. The writer gazed intently at the drawing for an extended period. This was a momentous occasion, as it marked the first time anyone had ever drawn the writer. Someone commented on the writer's seemingly good mood, causing the writer to flinch and vehemently deny being happy, followed by an abrupt burst of laughter. They then deduced that a flat, round object in the drawing must represent them, acknowledging the child's excellent observation skills but noting a lack in descriptive ability, awarding it 50 points. The red-skinned character, distinguished by white hair and several glowing green eyes, looked directly forward. The character urged the artist to portray the writer more impressively, then demanded to see the drawing. They acknowledged the difficulty of creating something from scratch, then suggested that adding a bit of sparkle could enhance the drawing. A cheerful voice introduced itself, declaring "I'm Sun." A horned figure stood commandingly atop a rock, holding a small dark orb aloft against the backdrop of a cloudy sky. The speaker declared their intention to proceed once they had crossed the next hill. An emphatic call demanded immediate attention. The speaker threatened to abandon them if they did not hasten. The red-skinned character, with white hair and piercing glowing green eyes, stared forward with intense focus. A cloaked person stood facing a small creature in the desolate, barren desert. The horned, red-skinned character, adorned with many glowing eyes, let out a piercing scream, as green liquid dripped from their form. A character bellowed a furious question about the other's actions. A small creature clung to another, while a figure sprinted desperately towards an inferno. A black-gloved hand, tipped with red, stretched out towards the intense orange flames. A dark, horned figure stood in stark silhouette against the blazing red backdrop. The writer felt a surge of despair watching the flickering flames. A horrifying thought crossed their mind: the child might be burned beyond recognition. But in that precise moment, the child's cloak suddenly fluttered. A red-skinned, horned character with a multi-eyed mask stood near a glowing robot. The cloak caused the roaring flames to vanish, one by one. A bright orange vortex, with a black center and a horizontal light beam, pulsed with energy. Afterward, a small, cape-wearing character sat quietly amidst the sprawling desert landscape. A horned figure stood watching the sitting child and two small spiky creatures in the vast desert. A series of stunned gasps and clapping sounds broke the silence. Someone urgently inquired about the child's well-being. The speaker admitted they had almost collapsed from the sheer shock of the events. A close-up revealed an enraged creature, its multiple glowing green eyes burning with fury, surrounded by gray fur. The creature furiously denounced someone, specifically addressing the writer. A brown spiky creature braced itself firmly on the sand, while a yellow one cautiously lingered behind it. Another voice sharply questioned the writer's statements, accusing them of feigning victimhood after starting the fire. With a sudden outburst, the speaker angrily reminded them that other children were present and had nearly been harmed by the flames. A challenging question was hurled, implying a readiness for confrontation. A warning was issued about an unseen entity approaching from beneath the ground. A lone figure confronted a giant segmented desert creature, stirring up swirling dust. A silhouette stood facing a towering, alien creature with glowing blue features beneath a heavily clouded sky. A frustrated exclamation confirmed the creature was an adult of its species. A desperate cry warned of its imminent arrival. A sharp, cracking sound echoed through the air. A man, a child, and two small lizards stood defiantly before a colossal desert creature. A hesitant, uncertain sound escaped someone's lips. A character threatened repercussions, then questioned why the other was shouting. A small child gazed in confusion at a creature, while another figure observed the scene. A hand firmly grasped a sparkling, large golden crystal. A small character rummaged through a bag, under the watchful eyes of a horned figure and two small lizards. A young boy gently tickled a small creature with a feather, eliciting delight. A bewildered voice demanded to know what was happening and why the creature was circling. A tall figure watched intently as a child reached out towards a large striped creature in the desert. A yellow, sandshore-like creature slept peacefully, nestled against a large brown texture. A small child in a red cape clutched an item tightly, as a tall, horned figure watched them. The speakers solemnly informed the child they had nearly perished, attributing their survival to the mysterious cloak. They explained the cloak's magical properties, suggesting it could make fire disappear, offer protection, regulate temperature, and had kept the child comfortable. They urged the child to feel gratitude towards the unknown giver of the cloak, a sentiment reinforced by soft sounds. A surprised inquiry followed, acknowledging the revelation. A horned character and a small figure rested by a campfire on the ground. A small character in a red cloak stood, facing left, in a plain, expansive setting. A close-up showed a character with intense green eyes, an orange face, and dark attire. The character instructed AIA to retrieve data concerning humans. A digital voice announced that data was currently loading. The system then confirmed that all available data had been presented. The character reluctantly accepted the limited information. They pondered if the child had a mother, then clarified that humans reproduced, unlike their own species. It was recounted that when Earth's masters returned from space, numerous new life forms had emerged. Among these new life forms were humans, described as animals with profound greed and intense violence. It was observed that their numbers were steadily diminishing, from simple blades of grass to other humans. The speaker concluded that the powerful ones had shown little concern for their own offspring, given the current state of affairs. A multi-eyed, horned character with red skin lay back, resting their head upon their arm. A young child slept peacefully under a blanket, bathed in the glow of a warm light. A horned character appeared concerned as another figure lay beside the small, sleeping child. A large, gloved hand gently cradled a small, bare hand. A large, orange hand gently held a baby's arm and tiny, clenched fist. A red-skinned figure gently supported the head of a sleeping child. A cute child with dark hair slept peacefully, bathed in a warm, golden light. A close-up revealed an orange-skinned character with multiple green eyes and distinctive white facial markings. A deep, guttural sound escaped the character, followed by a soft exhalation. The red-skinned demon, with multiple green eyes and horns, smirked knowingly while wearing a black jacket. The character confirmed with certainty that the forest around the shelter was biodetected and nothing was missed, suspecting the cloak was the reason for any anomaly. A resolute declaration was made to locate something specific. The character vowed to succeed without exception or failure. A small, caped figure lay face up in a vast green field, bathed in the open sky. Later, the diminutive figure sat upon a grassy hill, their gaze fixed on the expansive blue sky and drifting clouds. The small, red-hooded character continued to survey the boundless, cloudy sky and verdant field before them. With wide eyes, the character in the red top peered to the left, a soft murmur escaping their lips. A beat of uncertain silence hung in the air, prompting a curious query. The wide, dark eyes of the character then tilted upwards, catching the light that shimmered in their pupils. A small child, still wearing a red hood, peeked out with a distinctly tired and unimpressed expression. Someone then excitedly asked if the child was finally awake. They urged the child to observe their surroundings closely. The speaker proudly declared that the bustling settlement before them was the city. A vibrant market stall showcased an array of fruits arranged on plates, alongside a rustic jug and sturdy wooden barrels. The chibi character in a red cape stood attentively against a backdrop of textured rock. Many figures traversed the multiple bridges that connected the vast, ancient, and rocky city. The child let out an amazed exclamation, clearly overwhelmed by the sight. Someone gently commented on the child's undeniable cuteness. Another person warmly inquired about the little one's well-being. People expressed their surprise at the child's small size, finding them utterly adorable. Suddenly, a voice sharply interjected, demanding payment to view the child and shooing the onlookers away, expressing frustration over the potential cost. The writer sighed, remarking that the child drew more attention than anticipated and noting their unexpected popularity. A close-up showed a person in black boots stepping purposefully forward onto a textured brown surface. Figures gathered within a dim cave, one standing sentinel at the doorway while others, masked or hooded, sat within. Someone boldly approached, asking if they were the child's owner and requesting permission to touch them, before calling out to the writer about the commotion. The writer addressed the new arrival by the name of Valentine. The speaker then questioned when Valentine had started raising a human, warning them not to consider it food, and humorously adding that eating humans was barbaric and outdated. The writer held out a symbol and inquired if anyone had seen it before. Another voice exclaimed recognition of the symbol, identifying it as a form of payment they had encountered during a trade negotiation. The speaker deduced that the people associated with the symbol were likely in the city, confirming to a querying voice that this was indeed where they lived. Someone happily noted that the child had black hair, recalling that the man they had bargained with also possessed black hair. The writer questioned why the mysterious people would come to this place, explaining that there was a specific reason for it before listing demands for accommodation, power bars, and a solar charging port, concluding with a price of 50, which shocked the other party. The speaker angrily protested the price hike, insisting that 35 was sufficient, but the other person retorted that the price was fair given recent expenses, lamenting their own livelihood, and then the speaker resignedly noted their opponent's stubbornness. The writer challenged the other party, warning them not to attempt to trick them again, admitting they had been too lenient in their previous encounter. The other party relented slightly, offering a revised price of 42, declaring it was the absolute lowest they could go. A cackling laughter echoed through the exchange. Someone proposed selling a battery with 70% charge remaining, though a digital chime indicated it would be wasteful. Another voice vehemently protested, asking if they were expected to starve to death, concerned about the child's provisions. The writer then inquired about the potential selling price of the child's mysterious item. The person examining the item revealed it was a Tomas stone, surprising the writer. They expressed disbelief that the writer was unfamiliar with such an item, a sudden realization dawning on them. A reassuring voice then softly interjected, offering comfort. The speaker then instructed the writer to observe the object more closely. A glowing, rectangular amber-like object lay on a dark surface, emitting a soft, ethereal light. They explained that the stone fixed itself and, feeding on light, naturally emitted a glow at night. The writer asked if it was expensive, but was informed that its recent popularity had rendered it practically worthless. The writer expressed their disappointment, acknowledging they had suspected as much, and then told Mori to take the stone, which then rolled. A small baby crawled steadily forward across a plain brown floor. The chibi character, clad in a red cape and carrying a satchel, ran quickly across the brown ground, weaving between tree trunks. A pale hand reached out towards a glimmering golden object, just as a dark hand also approached it. A surprised chibi child and a shadowy hand both converged on a small, coveted object. A masked, hooded figure extended a hand menacingly towards the crouching child. A voice murmured, finding the situation unexpectedly cute. A worried small character clung nervously to a dark figure, then cautiously moved away from the hooded entity. A gloved hand suddenly grabbed a person's orange collar, indicating a forceful action. A wide-eyed boy tumbled into a swirling purple vortex, engulfed by shadowy hands reaching from the masked figure. The child in the red cloak fell helplessly, while another figure stared in horror at a grinning, monstrous face. A close-up revealed a character's wide, shocked eyes, reflecting the terror of the dark setting. A quick, nervous glance was cast. A small caped figure, arms outstretched, looked downward into an endless void. Distraught cries filled the air, punctuated by heavy, thudding impacts as they fell. A final, desperate scream echoed into the emptiness. A masked figure sat perched on a counter, making a gesturing motion amidst an assembly of various characters within a dim, cave-like setting. A voice erupted in disbelief, demanding to know the whereabouts of the small child, urgently calling out for Mori. Another voice echoed the initial shock, expressing utter surprise at the disappearance. A sharp, high-pitched screech suddenly pierced the air, signaling an unknown mechanical or creature sound. A red-skinned character, distinguished by multiple green eyes and prominent horns, stared forward with an intense and serious expression. Someone frantically yelled for another to halt their progress. A scanning process initiated, followed by a direct command for a distant figure to pause. The command was repeated with greater urgency and emphasis, demanding an immediate stop. A creature resembling a bat swiftly slid down a dark, jagged rock face, its descent observed by a lone figure positioned on a distant ridge. Deep within a shadowy, rocky cave, a white-haired character with pointed ears directed their gaze upwards, searching. A strange, guttural croaking sound emanated from the dark surroundings. A system announced the detection of a life form, noting its specific temperature, hidden within a pocket. An enraged cry denounced the captors, realizing Mori was being taken, and a plan was swiftly formulated to intercept them, followed by a sharp, decisive sound. A diminutive figure sprinted across a vast, intricate structure, all while a character adorned with purple ribbons observed their frantic movement. Elsewhere, a horned character with striking red skin and white hair lay sprawled diagonally across a distinctive striped surface. A soft, murmuring sound accompanied the activation of a scan, which then began to survey the entire town. A surprised exclamation escaped from an unknown source. The scan identified 14 potential routes, followed by a soft, electronic chime. Analyzing the current speed and trajectory, the system predicted Route 2 as the most likely path. The navigation system promptly initiated, guiding the way. A clear warning indicated the presence of stairs directly in their path. A hooded and masked figure discreetly peered over a stack of wooden barrels, observing their surroundings. An instruction was given to proceed towards the bridge located on the left side. Someone proudly unveiled a self-proclaimed masterpiece, a painstakingly crafted work that had taken half a year to create, presenting it as a self-portrait made under deadline. A beige-toned character, wearing a red top, reeled back forcefully, surrounded by motion lines indicating a powerful impact. A hooded figure, its face contorted in distress and tears, stared ahead in terror as a menacing dark creature loomed over them. On a striped surface, a black device emitted a green light, lying beside a crumpled, dark cloak. The navigation system abruptly recalibrated, switching its guidance to Route 11. A masked and horned figure, enveloped in a dark cloak, stared resolutely forward as rain began to fall around them. A small character thrashed wildly before their eyes widened in sheer terror, beads of sweat glistening on their face. The navigation system confirmed their arrival at the previously predicted destination point. A dark, rocky opening, adorned with glowing warning symbols, beckoned towards a path bathed in a bright, golden light. A black shoe carefully stepped into a dark, triangular opening from which vibrant yellow lines radiated outwards. Within a gloomy, tangled environment, a white-haired character, complete with ears and a tail, stood poised in a sleek black suit. The red-skinned character, with multiple eyes and horns, appeared visibly startled, sweat beading on their brow. An incredulous voice exclaimed in disbelief, demanding immediate action. A dark, cylindrical object, its green eyes glowing intensely, was depicted against a background streaked with lines of rapid motion. A swift, impactful sound reverberated through the scene. A furious, red-faced, horned character with white hair plummeted downwards, leaving a trail of white substance in their wake. A sudden realization or moment of surprise struck someone. A masked figure's eyes widened in surprise, an invisible exclamation mark hovering above their head. A cloaked figure extended their hand upwards, reaching for a motorcycle as it fell through a surreal, stylized environment. A calm affirmation was given, acknowledging something. A soft, drawn-out hissing sound filled the air. A frightened voice stammered, questioning the identity of their pursuer and the menacing intensity of the chase. An anxious voice desperately called out for Mori, urging them to respond if they could hear. A gasp of horror or disgust escaped someone's lips. A system initiated a voice scan, accompanied by a soft, electronic hum. The scan concluded, determining with 98% certainty that the voice belonged to Mori, followed by a sharp sound of confirmation. A furious demand was made for the return of a human, while the other party feigned ignorance, prompting an accusation of dishonesty about the tiny human in their pocket. The accused party calmly denied understanding the accusation, claiming the tiny human was something they had been nurturing for a long time. The accused then questioned why the other party was seeking something they had allegedly raised, followed by a strained gasp. A notification indicated that Mori's fear level was steadily increasing. An enraged voice cursed the accused, demanding an end to their prevarications and an immediate release of the child. A simple, defiant refusal was issued in response to the demand. The captor declared their intention to keep the child, citing its overwhelming cuteness as the reason for their decision to raise it. An indignant voice recognized their adversary as Ryder, a notorious outlaw. They were described as a simple-minded criminal known for illegal creations and widespread infamy. The speaker questioned how such a dangerous individual could possibly raise a human child. The accused retorted, claiming they could raise the child with even more love. The speaker then surmised that Ryder was keeping the child out of personal affection. They challenged Ryder, proposing to let Mori decide who they would rather be with. Meanwhile, a mysterious hooded figure, wearing a mask and horns, stared intently from the shadows. The hooded figure dismissed the challenge, stating it held no importance. A futuristic gun was then aimed forward, accompanied by a small robot with glowing green eyes. A warning was issued that firing a gun in town would place them on the wanted list, with a distinct whirring sound. The hooded figure again dismissed the warning as unimportant, emitting a low buzzing sound. Suddenly, a child screamed in terror, followed by a loud impact sound. The child was clearly overwhelmed by fear. There seemed to be no possible escape from the suffocatingly dark and narrow space. But in that critical moment, a voice emerged from the darkness, speaking to the child. It was the doll given to him by his mother. The doll calmly reminded him about using the bathroom before bed. A new proposal was offered, suggesting a generous compromise. The terms were laid out: one would take the head, and the other could have the body. An internal display indicated 63% remaining energy, enough power to detonate a head. However, a critical concern arose: if the target's pocket was muscle, it would contract sharply upon impact, and the cloak's ability to block the compression was uncertain. Frustration boiled over as someone cursed, desperate to get Mori out first, and demanded attention. The speaker grew furious, accusing the other party of daring to ignore them. Elsewhere, a large, dark, clawed foot and a creature's wing loomed against a cloudy, ominous sky. A grunt of distress escaped from someone. Sounds of pain and struggle, a sharp intake of breath, punctuated the air. A trembling voice declared itself Morris but guardian, followed by a distinct slap. An enraged cry of filthy was heard, accompanied by intense trembling. The speaker expressed profound outrage at the situation. Another shriek of protest erupted, fueled by the invasion of their pocket. A cloaked figure, wearing a mask, moved with incredible speed, surrounded by streaks of green energy. A pained cry rang out, lamenting the loss of an arm and a jewel. A weapon was firmly pointed towards a hooded figure, whose single dark eye glowed with intense focus. A stern command was given to listen carefully. A stark warning followed: if the object was touched again by those filthy hands, the transgressor would be forced to crawl like a snake. A dismissive sound was made, acknowledging the adversary's quickness. The speaker decided the gunshot had been too loud and instructed AIA to depart. A small child was seen held securely aloft by two large, gloved hands. A motorcycle sped across water, creating a powerful splash with dynamic motion lines. A relieved sigh, phew, was heard. A horned, red-skinned man laughed joyously, cradling the small child. He mockingly recounted how flustered his opponent had been, repeatedly calling them filthy with a cackling laugh. He declared the method employed was truly ingenious. He enthusiastically praised Mori for a job well done. With a triumphant laugh, he expressed immense pride in Mori. A surprised exclamation, majestic "oh," escaped his lips. He then pondered which direction to take, considering the fastest route for their current situation. The decision was made to head towards a destination called the Whale's Cradle. Suddenly, frantic shouts erupted, ordering someone to get down immediately and stop climbing higher. A request was made for both passengers to remain still while the vehicle was in motion. A boot stepped onto rocky ground as a figure walked away along a grassy path. A tiny, chibi-style character cautiously peeked from behind a rocky ridge amidst vibrant green grass. A wide-eyed boy in a red cape gazed upwards, his mouth slightly open, silhouetted against a bright blue sky. A tall, masked figure stood with a small child, whose arms reached out in a vast mountain field. White flowers and vibrant green leaves adorned the foreground, partially obscuring a blurred orange figure lurking just beyond them. A figure agilely leaped across a thick tree branch within a sun-drenched forest, a small companion closely trailing behind. A tall, masked figure ambled through a ruined hall, passing a small child who was engrossed in playing with sticks. Beneath the shelter of a rock overhang, a horned figure diligently cooked a meal for a child over a warm campfire. A horned character and a tiny creature huddled discreetly behind a cluster of rocks, as ominous shadowy figures loomed in the distance. A distinct click echoed, followed by the ragged, strained gasps of someone struggling for breath. Bright spotlights intensified the feeling of fear, creating an urgent need for rescue. A desperate plea resonated, advocating for no war and explicitly demanding the protection of all children. A horned figure cradled a child, a gentle smile gracing their face as they observed a floating robot and a sturdy wooden shield. A young boy drifted on a small raft above a graceful swimming creature in the strikingly clear blue water. Two figures found themselves submerged in dark water, confronting a massive wall pierced by multiple glowing red eyes. Deep within a dark, water-filled cave, a horned character fiercely shielded a baby from a swarm of flying, fanged creatures. A boy with wide, curious eyes stared intently at a hovering black robot, its green eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. A small child extended a green object towards a confused, red-faced horned figure, who seemed unsure what to make of it. A mechanical wheel, fitted with a weapon, spun rapidly, leaving a trail of smoke in its wake. A small figure traversed a grassy field under the cloak of night, framed by distant mountains and a sky illuminated by a vibrant aurora. A young character fixed their gaze with intense focus upon a solitary light source in the vast, dark expanse of the night sky. A large, white-haired figure leaned protectively over a tiny, wide-eyed character seated on a roaring motorcycle. A horned character, perched upon a speeding vehicle, gazed upward in wonder at colossal whales swimming gracefully through a starry sky, streaked with aurora. A magnificent whale-like creature soared through a cosmic sky, its form silhouetted against a tapestry of stars. A gargantuan flying whale creature loomed majestically over a lone motorcyclist, who traversed a desolate plain beneath the night sky. A wide-eyed child, mouth agape in wonder, reached out a small hand towards something unseen. A red-skinned character, adorned with multiple green eyes and imposing horns, wore a confident smirk beneath the endless expanse of the starry sky. The vehicle had engaged its autonomous driving mode, navigating without direct human input. A child, gently held by large red hands, looked up in profound wonder, their small arm reaching towards the glittering starry sky. A figure draped in a red cape tilted their head back, observing a colossal whale suspended in a starlit blue expanse. A hand reached out longingly towards a celestial body, shimmering within the vast, starry blue space. A person on a motorcycle watched, mesmerized, as sky whales glided through the aurora-lit, starry night. A close-up revealed a person's closed eye, framed by strands of dark hair. Another close-up displayed a character's intense, focused eye, their face framed by dark, sweeping hair. A thought declared the current situation to be a lovely round one, hinting at a game or challenge. The inner voice corrected, specifying it as my round one, implying personal ownership or initiation. A soft, speckled background framed a character's closed eye and dark hair in a peaceful close-up. A dark, watchful eye, surrounded by black hair, reflected a subtle shimmer in its depths. A wide-eyed baby with plump, rosy cheeks innocently peeked out from the folds of a dark garment. A quiet query asked if someone had awakened from their slumber. Someone attributed their current predicament to AIA, implying a prior action or oversight by the robot. A voice defended its carefulness, offering the option for the other to drive if unsatisfied, then mused on the convenience of autonomous driving. The speaker asserted their indispensability, reminding the other party of their role as creator. A sharp, cracking sound punctuated the air, indicating a sudden break or impact. Someone observed that their current location remained unaltered, showing no signs of change. A suggestion was made to proceed quietly from that point, recalling how others had moved at night, and warning that confrontation would force a much longer detour. An excited voice called out to Mori, promising to reveal something astonishing and emphasizing the incredible nature of what lay beneath, then playfully retracted the offer. The speaker paused, initiating a new topic of discussion with a casual transition. A question arose regarding an individual's excessive equipment, wondering if it impeded movement, and noting the presence of a super defensive cloak as a precaution. A playful suggestion was made about rolling someone into a ball, followed by an immediate accusation that such an action would constitute abuse. A persistent plea requested the playful action, just for a single instance. A vast, panoramic vista unfolded, showcasing majestic snow-covered mountains beneath a heavy, overcast gray sky. A small robot, its green eyes glowing intently, registered surprise, indicated by a floating symbol of bewilderment. A voice alerted rider to an object rapidly approaching, speculating if they were hunters dispatched from town, and questioned the reported speed. The alarming speed of 491.52 km per hour was reported, eliciting a shocked and disbelieving reaction. A red-skinned character, donning a horned, multi-eyed mask, stood rigidly, their gaze fixed intently ahead. Another red-skinned character, distinguished by white spiky hair and a long, scaly tail, sharply turned their body away. A character with prominent horns, multiple eyes, and a sweeping tail maintained an intense, watchful expression. A declaration of a bad feeling prompted an immediate change of plans, urging a swift departure on the bike. A large, dark boot descended rapidly, indicated by sharp motion lines. A small vehicle hurtled down a snowy mountain path, its rapid descent emphasized by dynamic motion lines. An urgent update announced that the distance was quickly decreasing, with only 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining until arrival. The time until arrival had dramatically shortened to a mere 53 seconds. A wide-eyed child, cloaked in a hood and a vibrant red scarf, looked either surprised or scared while held securely by an adult. A lone figure stood defiantly in a desolate, cloudy landscape, surrounded by an impactful burst of speed lines. A voice triumphantly announced that they had spotted their target. A snowmobiler zoomed downhill with incredible speed, carving a dramatic trail of disturbed snow behind them. A creature with piercing green eyes aimed a formidable multi-barrel weapon, its posture surrounded by an aura of speed. A surprised horned character, their multiple eyes wide, clutched a bundled child tightly amidst the falling snow. A question filled with disbelief escaped someone's lips, wondering about the nature of what they saw. A white-haired character, clad in a dark jacket, lifted their gaze to a turbulent, streaked cloudy sky. A mysterious figure, wearing a wide hat and a duster, stood partially obscured by an unsettling mist in a desolate landscape. A deafening crash reverberated through the air, signifying a powerful impact. A mysterious cloaked figure, distinguished by a wide hat and flowing hair, remained motionless within the misty environment. A wide-eyed character, a bead of sweat trickling down their face, displayed a mix of surprise and nervousness. A tall, masked figure, draped in a wide hat and flowing white cloak, remained shrouded in an unsettling mist. A voice expressed profound disbelief, asserting that they had never before encountered a hunter capable of manipulating black holes. They questioned the rationale, wondering if such a powerful individual was hired merely for firing a few shots in town. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure intently watched a distant motorcycle traversing a vast, snowy mountain landscape. A smaller character found comfort and protection in the embrace of a larger figure, their face partially hidden from view. A futuristic character, adorned with a glowing gray and blue helmet, subtly tilted its head in a dimly lit setting. The character inquired of their AI companion, AIA, about their chances of victory if they engaged with their full power, receiving a grim response of 16%. Expressing shock at the low probability, they were further informed that this figure included a 7% margin of error for potential natural disasters. The character reluctantly accepted the assessment, acknowledging Ajax's consistent accuracy in calculating probabilities. They declared their opponent was undoubtedly strong, recognizing the formidable challenge ahead. Considering the odds, the character concluded that they should avoid a direct, head-on confrontation. With a new strategy in mind, a decision was made. A sense of urgency permeated the air, signaling that the critical moment for action had arrived. A sharp, quick exclamation cut through the air. A lone figure resolutely walked across a snowy ridge, framed by towering mountains and heavy clouds in the background. The character urgently commanded AIA to release the limiter on their abilities. A warning flashed, indicating that the system was accessing overclock mode, pushing beyond normal operational limits. A dark, armored figure, its red eyes and accents glowing intensely, fixed its gaze straight ahead with fierce determination. A character on a sleek black futuristic motorcycle soared at incredible speed, leaving vibrant red trails in its wake. A voice cautioned the character to be mindful of potential fractures that could result from the intense impacts. The snowy mountain range blurred into streaks of blue energy, suggesting the astonishing velocity of their movement. The rugged, abstract terrain of white and gray swirled with large, echoing sound effects, amplifying the chaotic speed. The character excitedly noted the system's responsiveness, demanding maximum output and full speed, believing they could somehow manage if they just reached the bridge. A sudden realization or jolt caused a sharp intake of breath. A lone figure on a vehicle traversed a vast, snowy plain beneath a sky where debris seemed to fall. A horned character sped away on a motorcycle, a wide-eyed person clinging tightly to their back. A dark, futuristic vehicle, its green eyes glowing brightly, accelerated forward with immense power. The driver urged Mori to hold on tightly, bracing for the intense ride. The baby screamed loudly, eyes shut tight, as intense motion lines enveloped it. A red-skinned, horned character with wild white hair shouted, mouth wide open, against a backdrop of speed lines. A triumphant cry announced the bridge was finally in sight. A blurry figure with glowing blue eyes rapidly descended through a flurry of speed lines and smoke. The masked figure with horns, still on the vehicle, clutched a doll and aimed a glowing weapon forward. A character on a futuristic motorcycle sped through a treacherous rocky environment, firing a brilliant blue energy beam. A dark-robed figure with piercing blue eyes conjured a burst of blue energy with an outstretched hand. The driver hoped they could just make it to the bridge in their current state. A close-up revealed an intense, reptilian green eye set in a red face, with delicate snowflakes falling around it. A masked character, holding a baby, desperately clung to a machine while simultaneously reaching towards another distant figure. A dark, cloaked figure plummeted rapidly, enveloped by blue glowing streaks and dynamic lines. A snowy, rocky mountain landscape unfolded, featuring an icy blue bridge spanning a dark, ominous chasm. The character realized their pursuer had no intention of attacking, though the reason remained unclear. Again, the desperate hope was to simply reach the bridge without further incident. A sound of surprise or confusion escaped someone's lips. A character with long black hair delivered a powerful kick, sending a red-faced, horned character flying into the air. A black-gloved hand gripped the red-skinned neck of a character with brutal force. A red-skinned character with multiple green eyes and wild gray hair gritted their teeth, overwhelmed by distress. A sharp thud and a resounding smack echoed, indicating a harsh impact. A horned character, holding a gun and a small creature, confronted a tall, robed figure amidst crackling energy effects. A snowmobiler sped down a steep, snow-covered mountain, kicking up a dramatic trail of disturbed snow. A gloved hand rapidly aimed a pistol, its swift movement emphasized by motion lines. A masked character with glowing blue eyes stared intensely at another character, their gaze unwavering. A furious character with red skin, glowing green eyes, and bared teeth snarled aggressively. A robotic figure with glowing eyes reached out with a dark, clawed hand towards a person clad in a red garment. A silhouetted hand stretched out towards a blurred, vulnerable figure dressed in white and red. A worried child, bundled in a hooded coat and scarf, looked up with wide eyes as snow gently fell around them. A gloved hand appeared beside a startled green eye, an exclamation mark conveying profound surprise. A character in black hung precariously near a blue wall, a mechanical drone floating steadily below them. A helmeted character, perched atop a large weapon, looked towards another figure, surrounded by speed lines. A character in a black suit was violently thrown, speed lines indicating the sheer force of the impact. A fierce red creature with multiple glowing green eyes and shaggy gray fur looked down from above. The creature observed that the other party seemed unfamiliar with their current surroundings. A masked figure, wearing a hat and cloak, moved rapidly across the panel, a blur of motion. A dark, stylized figure rode a futuristic vehicle through falling rain or snow, cutting swiftly through the elements. A horned character in black clung desperately to a giant structure amidst the rain, clutching a small, important item. A command was given to retrieve the bike. Abstract blue glowing lines illuminated a gray and black background, resembling a complex, futuristic design. A baby with wide eyes and dark hair, bundled in a hooded outfit and a red scarf, looked up with an expression of surprise. A lone figure stood by the water's edge as a vast school of flying creatures filled the cloudy sky above. A voice called out, addressing someone named Ryder. Ryder questioned whether they had lost consciousness, wondering about their temporary blackout. A companion explained Ryder's shortness of breath was likely due to the sudden increase in altitude, then reassured them that Mori was fine. The companion added that waking the sleeping whale had been a good strategy, predicting it would move to the ravine once its current resting place became uncomfortable. Ryder then asked about their current location, unsure of where they had ended up. A soft, smooth sound indicated a gentle movement or transition. A lone figure was seen fishing into a large black void, surrounded by cloudy, green mountains. The companion finally revealed their location, stating they had arrived in the city. They announced their arrival at the bustling city. A small child pointed excitedly as a tall figure and their companion observed birds against a stark, open landscape. A companion urged them towards the entrance, but then cautioned them to wait, suggesting a disguise was prudent, just in case news of a bounty had reached the city. A dark, textured mass within the panel slowly dripped a viscous, blood-like liquid. A horned, red-skinned character, whose spiky white hair partially obscured their green eyes, cast a glance to the right. Declaring the transformation perfect, the character then called out to Mori to follow. Two figures, one small and stylized, the other red-skinned, exchanged looks of profound confusion. The red-skinned character questioned what was wrong with Mori. Mori flailed in distress, prompting Ryder to frantically try and calm him, explaining who they were. A companion deduced that Mori likely failed to recognize Ryder due to their new appearance, leaving Ryder exasperated and unsure how to proceed. Ryder paused, considering their options. A dark hooded figure, their green eyes glowing intensely, looked straight ahead. A small hooded figure rode comfortably on the shoulders of a larger person, moving steadily forward. The larger figure admonished Mori to stop shaking his legs, then urged both of them to quiet down as they continued their steps. A black boot was lifted mid-stride, poised to take another step forward. A voice offered a formal greeting. The greeter welcomed them to the city, inquiring how they could be of assistance. They stated their purpose was to seek an audience with the Fa clan, and were promptly asked to present their symbol. A moment of nervous fidgeting was punctuated by a sharp smack, followed by an exclamation of pain. The symbol was presented and subsequently verified. They were then instructed to identify the specific individual they wished to meet. A realization dawned that while the symbol granted access to all clan members, they had not considered which specific individual they needed to meet. They stammered, attempting to figure out which particular person from the clan they were looking for. After a moment of consideration, they dismissed one possibility. A question hung in the air, accompanied by a soft rustling sound. A sudden sound, like a quick flick, echoed. A hand delicately held a vibrant blue flower, its green leaves providing a subtle contrast. A mysterious black, blob-like object hovered just above a pristine white vase. The greeter immediately recognized the identity of the person they sought. As they took steps, they wondered if the unfolding sight was a doorway or some form of portal. They glanced around, surprised by the sudden change in their surroundings, and then stretched. They were reassured that any step they took would lead them to their destination, to which they responded with gratitude. A hand reached out, then slipped. They continued to step forward, accompanied by a swift, rushing sound. A sound of surprise escaped them. Beyond a vibrant green field, a grand chateau stood impressively beneath a cloudy blue sky. They expressed fascination at discovering an entire field, complete with a house, situated within the city, noting the owner's unique taste. A quaint church with a striking red roof stood proudly on a grassy hill beneath a cloudy sky. A wide-eyed child, bundled in an orange scarf, looked up with an expression of surprise. Someone observed Mori seemed to be in a good mood, but cautioned him to be careful not to trip. A foot slipped unexpectedly. A tall figure and a small child stood before ornate gates, with dense trees visible in the background. The tall figure reminded them of the severe penalties for uninvited visits, urging both the child and their companion to stay close, receiving an affirmation in return. They pondered how to proceed, wondering if there was a button to press or another method of entry. A question mark hung in the air as they paused, uncertain. A person with long dark hair gazed thoughtfully out of an open window of a beige building. A wide-eyed boy with messy hair peered through bars, his face reflecting surprise. A figure with long dark hair stood with their back to the viewer, facing a doorway. A character's wide, startled eye and open mouth conveyed profound shock or surprise. A sudden exclamation marked a decisive step forward. A sudden slip was followed by a surprised exclamation. A panicked shout of Morris' name was followed by a desperate question about his destination as he dashed away. The figure urgently warned Mori against running in, stressing the danger, and commanded him to return as Mori sped off. Frustration mounting, the figure adamantly demanded the door be opened immediately. A person's hand and booted feet crouched defensively on a light-colored surface. A small character proceeded down a sunlit, ornate wooden hallway. A wide-eyed child pointed, reacting to a door creaking open and spilling a shaft of light into the space. Someone dashed forward with speed. A young boy with wide eyes turned his gaze to the right, his face showing surprise. A character gazed intently, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, possibly panting from exertion or shock. Feet encased in brown boots were captured mid-step on a tiled floor. A small child wearing glasses stood in a sunlit doorway, looking intently towards a shadowy figure beyond. Someone expressed utter surprise at an unexpected presence. A voice quickly offered assistance, tinged with their initial astonishment. The speaker then questioned the intruder's presence and entry method into the area. They wondered if a guest was expected in that wing, struggling to recall, and offered to inquire further. A swift gust of air was accompanied by a distinct sniffing sound from an unseen source. Then, someone sharply pivoted their body, reacting to the situation. A panicked voice called out, demanding to know the person's hasty destination. Sunlight streamed into a long, ornate hallway, revealing a door slightly ajar at its distant end. A gentle tap resonated against a dark wooden door situated within the hallway. A hand swiftly extended towards the partially open wooden door, indicating urgent movement. A small figure, draped in a red cloak, cautiously peeked, their eyes tightly shut and a fist clenched in anticipation. A gasp of astonishment escaped someone's lips at the sight. A wide-eyed toddler, adorned in a red cape, gazed upwards with an expression of profound surprise. A mesmerizing pattern of glowing, eye-like shapes, each with dark pupils, shimmered against a dark, textured backdrop. The small child looked up, wide-eyed, at a massive, winged, shadowy figure adorned with numerous golden eyes. The small, wide-eyed character, still in their red cape, stood frozen on the sunlit wooden floor. A joyful child, tears streaming down their face, embraced an adult tightly. A wide-eyed child then looked up again, their expression now tinged with a subtle worry. A sudden, unexpected slip occurred, causing a moment of alarm. Meanwhile, a woman tenderly embraced a baby, both finding solace with closed eyes. An arm stretched out, reaching for something unseen in the confusion. A young child cried intensely, tears freely falling, their face red and mouth quivering with distress. A desperate shout of Morris' name filled the air, urgent and panicked. The child's cries intensified into a loud, heart-wrenching wail. A horned, multi-eyed character with red skin registered a clear expression of surprise. A startled cry was followed by an exclamation of concern from them. Someone spoke to Mori, acknowledging his unexpected reaction to the situation. They reassured Mori that Ryder had handled the situation, inviting him to come out, guessing he might be hungry, and suggested snacks. Alternatively, they offered to doodle, knowing his fondness for it, then softly coaxed him, calling him a good boy. A distinct clacking sound echoed in the quiet space. Someone inquired about progress, only to be told there was none, concluding that Mori simply needed time alone. Another person observed Morris' profound upset, sighing, and admitted they had never witnessed him cry before. The speaker mused that they might not have been what Mori expected, then awkwardly tried to identify their new companion. The companion introduced themselves politely as Morris' patron and the esteemed head of the Fa clan. They then revealed their name, Miria. A single bright star twinkled in the starry night sky, framed by a dark blue window. Inside, a person slept soundly in bed, while the faint window light cast long shadows across the bedroom floor. The room remained dark, save for the soft glow emanating from large windows partially obscured by a curtain. A subtle scraping sound indicated something scooched across a dark surface, scattering tiny bits of debris. A small child, with closed eyes and flushed cheeks, lay, appearing either in deep sleep or quietly weeping. One character sat awake beside a softly glowing battery, while another remained fast asleep in the darkened room. A cautious peek was taken from a hidden vantage point. A rapid succession of impacts was heard, followed by a pained yelp. Someone declared Mori had done enough, letting out a huff, before resuming a sleepy state. A small character cautiously peeked out from the shadows of a doorway. Utter darkness enveloped the scene for a fleeting moment. A whooshing sound preceded a low, guttural growl, disturbing the silence. In a dimly lit, dusty room, a vintage grandfather clock stood sentinel by a window. A quiet sniffing sound broke the silence, indicating a nearby presence. Another single sniff followed, a moment later. More rapid sniffing sounds continued to emanate from the shadows. A small character, low to the ground on all fours, intently sniffed the floor in the dark room. A wide-eyed chibi boy in a red cape looked up, his cheeks tinged with a blush. A sudden jolt coursed through the air, startling them. Someone enthusiastically offered Mori a bite, describing the food as rare and exceptionally delicious, accompanied by a joyful sound. A hand extended towards a bowl filled with vibrant green fruit. A distinct trembling sensation vibrated through the air. A foot slipped unexpectedly, prompting a hand to quickly grasp onto a nearby surface for support. A hand was then seen gently tapping a large, green piece of fruit. A wide-eyed character, their cheeks flushed, cautiously peeked out from behind a red scarf. A curious child gazed intently towards a source of unseen rustling movement. A person in a red cloak peered into a dark doorway, observing a winged creature with glowing eyes within. A sharp clacking sound echoed in the quiet space. A multi-eyed figure, its hood adorned with watchful gazes, slumped forward, their posture conveying deep exhaustion. A series of soft taps and quick sniffs broke the silence, hinting at a cautious, unseen presence. A small figure crawled cautiously through a dimly lit hallway, just as a dark, shadowy hand emerged from the right, reaching into the space. From an overhead perspective, a massive shadowy figure stood alongside a tiny orange form within a dimly lit room. A winged figure stealthily peeked through a doorway, observing a small child who lay still upon a table in the oppressive darkness of the room. An unspoken question hung heavy in the air, a moment of profound uncertainty. A figure draped in a red cloak peered into the shadowy depths of a room, where a winged creature with unsettlingly glowing eyes resided. A small child, clad in a vibrant red cape, reached out eagerly towards a bowl of fruit resting on a counter. A character's face, blurry and distorted, contorted into a silent scream of pure shock as yellow energy pulsed around them. Two figures moved with incredible speed, their forms streaking through the room amidst crimson blurs, suggesting either rapid motion or a forceful attack. A white-haired character, their body covered in multiple eyes, gasped in utter shock as a burst of yellow energy erupted around them. A cloaked figure with glowing eyes recoiled sharply in surprise as a violent slash of red energy tore across a nearby wall. A small, green spherical object rolled steadily across a dark and reflective surface. A spiky-haired character with wide, distant eyes hunched wearily on the floor, seemingly overcome by exhaustion. A small, anxious character dashed through a dimly lit room, their subsequent appearance clearly showing fear. From a top-down view, a character hunched in a dim kitchen, while a tiny, glowing figure rested on the table. A distressed character with dark skin and intensely glowing eyes clutched tightly at their chest, a gesture of profound anguish. A shadowed character stood frozen, their face etched with a shocked expression, illuminated only by their intensely glowing white eyes. A winged figure watched intently as three green objects rolled across the dark floor. A cloaked figure with glowing eyes sat on the floor, their gaze fixed upon a single green fruit. A dark hand reached slowly downwards, preparing to grasp a light green apple within the dim, blue-tinged setting. A quick glance was cast, a swift moment of observation. A child cautiously peeked out from behind a tall, dark bookshelf in the softly lit room. A young person slept with their head resting heavily on a table, completely still in the dark room. A silhouetted character, their spiky hair framed by intensely glowing white eyes, appeared deeply focused. A dimly lit, foggy room barely revealed faint architectural details and the silhouette of a solitary piece of furniture. A hand gently dropped a glowing orb, allowing it to rest near a green ball already on the floor. The orb began to roll across the surface. A sudden gasp escaped someone's lips. A wide-eyed chibi character was visibly startled by the sudden appearance of a glowing object in the dark room. A glowing yellow sphere came to rest on the floor of the dimly lit, almost sketched room. A hand extended, reaching for something in the gloom. A sudden realization struck, a moment of sharp insight. A wide-eyed child, their curiosity piqued, took a bite from a green fruit, its color subtly illuminated in the surrounding darkness. The small object continued its slow roll. A small, robed figure crawled deliberately through a dim kitchen, their hand extended towards a softly glowing object. A small figure, clad in a red cape, cautiously peeked out from behind a cabinet in the dimly lit kitchen. A series of tiny sparkles shimmered, catching the ambient light. Two hands reached out simultaneously towards several glowing green orbs suspended in a dark blue, star-filled void. A soft chewing sound indicated something was being eaten with relish. A silhouetted figure with flowing hair and intensely glowing white eyes gazed intently forward, their focus unwavering. A white-haired figure cautiously peeked from a doorway, observing a small child sitting on the floor contentedly eating an apple. Outside, a window framed a dark night sky, brilliantly sparkling with countless stars. Inside the kitchen, rustic shelves held an assortment of pots, pans, and ladles against a textured wall. Sunbeams streamed in, highlighting 2 whole apples and a partially eaten core scattered on the wooden floor. Someone urgently hushed the others, imploring them to keep their voices down and to blink quietly, fearing they would wake someone. Another protested, insisting on their desire to see him as well, followed by a sudden jolt. A voice questioned what had happened to the kitchen, then dashed quickly away. A loud crash echoed, followed by a sharp exclamation. A voice remarked on someone's arrival, acknowledging their presence. The speaker inquired about their destination that morning, asked if they had slept well, then pointed out that 40% of Mr. Mori's face was covered in an unfamiliar substance, insisting he wash it. A small child, enveloped in a red cloak, clung tightly to an adult's leg, seeking comfort. Someone expressed extreme surprise and confusion at an unexpected action and its origin, then stated that Ryder was all talk and no bite, embracing them. The speaker began to tell Mr. Mori an unbelievable story about Ryder's actions from the previous night. They prefaced their story by admitting their lack of complete fluency in human language, explaining they had been informed Mori's friend had left the care facility, leading them to assume he had gone far away, a small trickle of information emerging. Nobody had ever imagined he would travel all the way to their location, and the speaker wondered how they could ever express their gratitude. Someone dismissed the gratitude, claiming it was fine, followed by a light scratch and a clack. They were encouraged to go ahead and open something, followed by another distinct clack. The artistic creation was attributed to Gomiang, with assistance from On2EE. A red-skinned, multi-eyed character with horns showed a concerned expression as glowing particles emanated around them. A soft, curious sound, duvuan, was uttered. Someone expressed disbelief, realizing they held an actual star fragment. They gasped, estimating its value at a staggering 40,000, then quickly corrected themselves, suggesting it might even be 60,000. Overjoyed, the speaker declared themselves wealthy, maniacally laughing as they thanked someone for their efforts and promised a safe escort. A brief, amused laugh escaped their lips. Meanwhile, a small figure in a cape sat peacefully by a crackling campfire, absorbed in drawing within a book. A red-skinned character looked downwards, a single bead of sweat rolling from their forehead, indicating discomfort. In a watery cave, an enraged, demon-like figure fiercely shielded a child from an onslaught of flying monsters. A horned figure diligently cooked over a fire while a small person watched intently, a tiny creature hovering curiously nearby. A small child extended a green gem as an offering to a horned, red-faced individual. A frustrated sigh, expressing annoyance, was heard. A child slumbered soundly, enveloped in a gentle, warm orange glow. A surprised robot, its eyes glowing brightly, floated just above a character's horn, startled. The robot mumbled an apology, stating it was not ready yet, then questioned if the other person had heard correctly. The other person quickly clarified, suggesting they just needed to consider that the child Mori genuinely adored them and likely wouldn't last a day without their presence. They insisted Mori would suffer a heart attack if abandoned without warning, claiming he wasn't ready, while also asserting their own extreme busyness. A black cylindrical robot with glowing green eyes and multiple floating appendages remained poised in the air. Despite their busy schedule, they offered to make arrangements to stay until Mori had fully adjusted to his new surroundings. They then inquired if such an arrangement would truly be acceptable to the other party. The other person affirmed, declaring that despite their short acquaintance, they had endured much together, and a step sound accompanied their declaration. A sound of confusion, was voiced by someone. A sudden, terrified scream echoed loudly. Ryder was introduced to Jair, who was identified as one of their aides. Jair's lack of decorum was excused, as he had mistakenly believed Ryder kidnapped Mori for ransom, a misunderstanding deemed totally understandable, and water under the bridge with a laugh. The speaker remarked on the peculiarity of the situation. Aya was told to stop, with the reasoning that Mori couldn't have understood, which was then ironically countered by the observation that Mori's ears were being covered. Mori was asked if he had explored the area, then encouraged to go with Aya to discover the place while the speaker needed a private conversation. Someone agreed it was an excellent idea, then invited Mr. Mori to join them. A small, curious sound, was heard. A door creaked open, breaking the silence. A voice warmly welcomed the newcomers. Guests were invited to sit, and once everyone was settled, the speaker declared they would begin the discussion. The speaker immediately reported that they were still unable to establish contact with Salam. Someone inquired about Salam's identity. The speaker expressed surprise, assuming everyone knew the arbiter, a point quickly affirmed with a click of annoyance. The arbiter was confirmed as the owner of planet Earth, possessing the power to dictate the very laws of life. It was explained that his 2 arms bore the world's weight, while his 3 legs ensured perfect balance and stability. The speaker then revealed themselves to be one of the arbiter's 7 fingers, endowed with the ability to manipulate black holes. They further clarified that Salam was also one of these 7 powerful individuals. It was disclosed that Jair's capacity to open black holes stemmed from a portion of the speaker's own powers that had been lent to him. Salam's specific jurisdiction was described as a strip of land extending from the mountain range all the way to the Redden River. A tap emphasized that the facility where Mori had stayed was located within that forest, right in the area indicated. Given the area was under Salam's purview, they stressed the urgency of contacting him, noting that even the facility couldn't reach him the day Mori disappeared. Their search for Mori had only commenced after weeks passed without any updates from the orphanage regarding his whereabouts. One person dismissed the concern, stating Salam was always incredibly busy and rarely seen once he fell asleep. The speaker affirmed their commitment to persistently try and contact Salam. Ryder was asked to stay with Mori until the situation was resolved, to which Ryder nodded in agreement, and a tap signaled the next topic. A guttural sound, vo, accompanied the suggestion to finally commence the actual meeting. Someone gasped, surprised that the previous discussion was not considered the actual meeting. A swift, curious sound, fwip, was heard, followed by a questioning mark. Someone glanced in confusion, then exclaimed about something being teeny tiny. An incredulous voice questioned an object's identity, which was then identified as Mr. Morris' newly finished dining utensils. Someone protested their minuscule size, asking how Mori could possibly eat with them, while another person chuckled, explaining Morris' tiny stature, comparing him to a pinky finger, and called the items cuddle. An individual heartily agreed, confident that their design would be found perfect, then invited others to follow, accompanied by a sniffle and a pat. With a flourish, an extra large bed was unveiled for Mr. Mori, specifically designed for his love of crawling underneath things, estimated to fit 40 of him. The designer sought opinions on their creation, urging everyone to come and examine it closely. An observer noted with amusement that everyone seemed exceedingly excited about the new designs. 2 distinct waving motions occurred, indicating a greeting or dismissal. A small dark object was casually tossed out of an open window, a character's head visible at the sill. In a sunlit, empty room, a small character sat on the floor, cradling a softly glowing object. Sunlight brightly illuminated an ornate, empty gold frame hanging on a wall above a wooden banister. Sunlight streamed through a framed window, casting patterns onto the tiled wooden floor, flanked by curtains. A child sat on a grand wooden staircase landing, meticulously drawing figures with chalk. A chibi character cautiously peeked from behind a partially open door, a dark floating object hovering nearby. In a sunlit kitchen, a small figure wearing a pot for a hat reached out towards a floating robot. Curious sounds, eng and meng, were uttered, as someone explained to Mr. Mori that a hanging light was called a chandelier, and a living green thing in a container was a plant in a pot. Another inquisitive eng sound was heard. A visual cue indicated a moment of questioning or wonder. Someone uttered a single, questioning word, their voice trailing off in uncertainty. A discovery was made, indicating that someone had been actively engaged in a creative endeavor nearby, accompanied by small, metallic sounds. A soft, curious sound escaped, showing a moment of innocent confusion. An individual confirmed the observation, concluding that the unseen person was undoubtedly the designer behind the work in progress, a hint of inquiry lingering in the air. The designer's identity was then revealed as the creator of Mr. Morris' very own cape, a statement delivered with emphasis. A small child, enveloped in a brown cloak, gazed around with wide, intensely curious eyes, taking in their surroundings. In a sun-drenched room, a charming wooden rocking horse stood still on the floor, its form etched by gentle shadows. A miniature structure, meticulously assembled from wooden blocks, rested on a table positioned beside a bright window. A hand came to rest gently upon a detailed blueprint drawing, a subtle gesture of ownership or contemplation. A robed figure, adorned with impressive wings, sat abruptly at a desk, their expression one of distinct surprise. A close-up revealed a character's wide-open eyes, reflecting the light as they gazed intently upwards. With a sudden realization, someone exclaimed, recognizing the child as Mori, their voice catching in a gasp of surprise. Relief washed over them as they expressed gratitude for Morris' well-being, explaining the immense effort required to prevent Miss Miria from venturing out to search for him. They then inquired about Morris' recent activities, mentioning their own exploration of the property, a slight fidget accompanying their question about his impressions. Someone voiced profound confusion regarding the building's unusual placement in a field within a city, to which it was clarified that it was a vacation home, personally constructed by Miss Miria. The motivation behind the house was explained, Miss Miria's desire to gain a deeper understanding of Mori. A small, chibi-styled character, distinctive in their red cape, cautiously peeked from behind a partially open door. A dark-skinned character, distinguished by their long white hair and intricate golden braids, averted their gaze, lost in pensive thought. Another small character, with wide, innocent eyes and wrapped in a scarf, made a shy appearance from behind a wooden setting. A sudden, sharp intake of breath indicated a moment of intense surprise or shock. A child, visibly startled, stood facing a tall, robed figure within a room illuminated by a window. A large, cloaked figure, with flowing white hair, sniffled audibly, their face streaked with tears, while a red-skinned character observed them with a somber expression. A low hum of contemplation emanated, signifying a moment of thoughtful consideration. The scene shifted to a stately building, complete with a prominent tower, standing majestically beside a vibrant green tree beneath a bright, cloudy sky. A declaration was made, urging 2 individuals to forge a closer bond, accompanied by a dramatic, thumping sound. One person expressed their desire for such a connection, albeit with hesitation, then turned to writer for creative suggestions, pondering deeply. A sudden idea sparked, followed by a realization that the light had been left off, and then a distinct clicking sound as it was turned on. The objective was clearly stated, a mission to befriend Mori. The first tactic was unveiled with a flourish, based on the universal appeal of snacks, accompanied by a light chuckle. Hesitantly, someone offered Mori some cookies, their words a little drawn out in anticipation. With playful encouragement, they prompted Mori to open his mouth for a treat, followed by giggles, chatter, and a soft, curious sound. A realization was made about the low threshold of interest for the subject, evidenced by a quick bite, prompting them to move on to the next strategy. The second tactic was dramatically presented, appealing to favorite things. A sound of surprise or questioning escaped. A glittering effect was observed, emphasizing an object's perceived flawlessness. Instructions were given to walk past Mori in a casual, natural manner, a plan confirmed by recalling one of Mr. Morris' drawings. A shuffling sound indicated movement, accompanied by a sudden exclamation. A gasp of apology quickly followed, as the speaker hastily offered items, urging them to be taken, then immediately decided to move on. Tactic 3 was unveiled, the familiar face of Mr. Rider on his bike, with the added benefit of his positive feelings towards the speaker, predicted to double its effectiveness. A request was made to activate a bike, which then hummed to life with a mechanical whir before being presented. Instructions were meticulously given on how to operate the bike, detailing where to grip and what to squeeze. A squeezing motion was performed, following the given directions. A terrified scream erupted as the bike zoomed forward in a sudden dash, followed by a surprised question and an urgent call for Miss Miria. A thoughtful hum confirmed that the speaker typically handled the driving, a small chuckle ending the remark before they declared it was time to move on. Tactic 4 was dramatically introduced, repeating a strategy that had worked before, prompting a curious query about who was involved. Instructions were given to change into specific clothes, explaining that someone had agreed to act as the antagonist, setting up a scenario for the recipient to heroically intervene. A small child, still in their red cape, sat on a wooden floor, their gaze fixed intently upon a brown shoe. A guttural growl echoed, signaling the arrival of the designated bad guy. A small, urgent sound was heard, immediately followed by a command to act. A desperate shout for Mori rang out. A definitive sound indicated a swift and complete defeat. Frustration was voiced over the unexpected outcome, reminding the participant that the plan was merely to play around, not to deliver a knockout, followed by agitated shaking, a growl, and a hug. Numerous other strategies were deployed in their attempt to befriend Mori, but each proved to be entirely fruitless. Outside, rainwater slowly dripped down a dark blue, textured surface, possibly a door or a wall, creating faint trails. Heavy rain lashed against a dark blue window, illuminated faintly by an unseen source from within. Sheets of rain cascaded down a dark window with diamond-shaped panes, as a loud crashing sound visually erupted across the scene. Inside a dark room, a young person slept peacefully in their bed, a faint glow casting soft light upon the floor nearby. The young person continued to slumber soundly, tucked comfortably beneath a soft blue blanket. A close-up view captured the peaceful repose of the sleeping person, their eyes serenely closed. Suddenly, two shadowy figures, their eyes glowing ominously red, manifested within a hazy, dark environment. A close-up revealed a glitched eye, its iris vibrant yet distorted, framed by sharp, dark contours. A character's face appeared, their eye wide with panic and streaked with tears, as they gazed desperately upwards. A sudden, sharp jolt caused a violent, reflexive movement. Heavy, ragged breaths escaped, indicating distress or recent exertion. A small child, wrapped in a blanket, gazed upwards with wide, tear-filled eyes. Their heads swiveled, taking in their surroundings with an uncertain glance. A soft, questioning sound escaped their lips, a curious air. Bathed in the fleeting illumination of lightning from a nearby window, the wide-eyed child continued to look up. A distressed face blurred past, a figure rapidly moving across the tiled floor with a sudden pure sound. In a dark room, a small, terrified creature covered its ears, its eyes wide with fright. A small character cautiously peeked from behind a door, observing the dark room. A prolonged sound of surprise or confusion, echoed softly. Meanwhile, a distinct mechanical whirring, sage jigsaw, indicated Ryder's activity. From the vast, dark expanse of a tiled floor, a tiny, wide-eyed character looked up intently. A somber room, featuring a grandfather clock and a rain-streaked window, hinted at a small figure within. Clutching a red scarf, a scared child nervously cast their wide eyes around the room. A sudden jolt of realization or shock immediately struck them. A chibi character with wide, watchful eyes cautiously peeked from behind a wooden door. In a dimly lit library, a winged figure gently rocked in a chair by the warmth of a fireplace. Illuminated by a warm glow, a serene character with white hair and dark skin smiled peacefully with closed eyes. A stealthy, creeping movement began to unfold in the quiet space. The cozy room was adorned with a roaring fireplace, books stacked on a stool, and papers scattered across the floor. A small, caped character crouched low on the floor, deeply engrossed in an open book. The question of how to have a friendly conversation with children, a part of child behavior observation, entered their thoughts. A small child cautiously crept closer to a sleeping figure resting on a patterned rug. A character's face contorted in distress, their wide eyes revealing profound shock, accentuated by drops of sweat. A tiny, startled character found themselves cradled on the lap of a large, calm figure in the cozy room. The distressed child, held securely in an adult's arms, buried their face from view. A sudden, quick popping sound, pio, broke the silence. With an open mouth and wide eyes, a character appeared surprised as they gazed upwards. A small, wide-eyed character cautiously peeked out from behind the voluminous garment of a larger figure. The dark-skinned character with long white hair rested, their eyes closed, faint tears lingering at the corners. A white-haired figure tenderly cradled a wide-eyed baby in their arms. Bathed in warm, soft light, a curious baby with large eyes was gently held. A wide-eyed character, whose pupils reflected starry light, looked up with their mouth slightly agape in wonder. The child quietly observed the lovely round one, a thought forming in their mind. They believed it was Mother, wishing them to stay safe and have fun. A grand fireplace next to a bookshelf flickered with warm, dancing flames. A character with glowing white eyes and a solemn, shadowed face stared intently. A rustling sound accompanied their realization of having fallen asleep, prompting a decision to return to their room. A large, white, spiky monster with wide eyes unexpectedly held a small, sleeping child. Overcome with shock, someone frantically questioned Mori's presence and the timing of his arrival. Panicked and flustered, they wondered what to do, quickly resolving to call Ryder and AIA for help. Two figures were locked in a close embrace, one's head nestled into the other's chest. A profound quietness settled over the scene. A baby, bundled in an orange garment, slept soundly, soft light illuminating their face. A shadowed character with long white hair and glowing eyes looked down, a pained expression on their face. Dark-skinned arms, glistening with sweat droplets, glowed with an ethereal golden light. A crying adult with dark skin and white hair held a child in a comforting embrace. A faint crackling sound, tadak-tada, softly emanated. Under a blue sky dotted with large, fluffy clouds, a building with a distinguished mansard roof stood. A long, drawn-out yawn stretched from one of the characters. Someone acknowledged the good work, noting it had taken longer than initially expected. They recalled having run it for quite a while previously, receiving an overclock warning. A close-up revealed a black and gray robot, its eyes and accents glowing a vibrant red. A decision was made not to overdo it for a while, followed by a sudden exclamation. A cheerful voice greeted Ryder with a bright smile, wishing them a good morning. A hesitant, uncertain sound, escaped. Inquiries were made about their sleep and their unexpectedly early rise. The arrival of mail was then announced. A small sound of surprise or concern, "Oh," was uttered. One person offered to retrieve the mail, which was met with grateful thanks. The instruction was given to simply bring the mail to Miria. A horned, tailed creature squatted beside large wooden doors, which were topped with arched windows. A contemplative humph was heard, followed by a decision to examine something. A clear warning of danger was perceived. A sound of satisfaction followed a positive outcome, exclaiming that it came out well. A surprised call of awe. Rider echoed. An enthusiastic greeting for Miria was delivered, observing her seemingly good mood, to which she questioned her own demeanor. They inquired if Miria was busy, to which she emphatically, and with a laugh, declared she had nothing but time. Expressing pleasure at this, they then shifted the topic to Morris' clothes. They confessed to forgetting, dramatically stating they were currently wanted. The sight of Mori crying had caused them to completely forget, they explained, before a hesitant inquiry and a reassuring response concluded the exchange. The suggestion was made to prepare for going out. A hesitant and questioning interruption, W8. Where to, followed immediately. The direct answer was given, to the center. The questioner sought clarification, specifically asking if the center meant the city center. A firm yes. Confirmed the destination. A desperate realization of a dire situation, screwed, settled in. The air shimmered with an otherworldly glow, hinting at the strange encounter to come. A small, horned character found themselves in a mysterious, sparkling cave-like setting, observing a tall, cloaked figure. The cloaked figure explained this was their regular tailoring shop, a place they frequently visited. They further elaborated that clients could virtually preview designs and try them on, with instant modifications available. The shop specialized in entirely custom-made clothing, thus requiring personal visits, a unique philosophy. The horned character reflected on the difficulty of finding human clothes and decided it was better to entrust the task to professionals. A tailor cheerfully greeted Mr. Mori, acknowledging his intimidating presence but confirming it had been anticipated. They then revealed that Ms. Miria had already provided them with necessary countermeasures. A surge of intense emotion seemed to ripple through the space. Someone warned that following too easily could be dangerous, then guided them deeper with a profound thud. A voice called out Morris' name with evident concern. The speaker expressed utter terror, marveling at the unexpected dedicated portal and the extravagant wealth it implied, relieved they hadn't encountered anyone en route. Ryder then questioned AIA about the location of any cameras, initiating a scan. AIA reported that precise scanning was proving difficult due to robust security measures. However, AIA specified one object with a lens behind Ryder, two more in front, and security personnel stationed within 5 meters outside the door. Ryder pondered their next move, wondering if they should remain quiet and return to the mansion. They then considered whether to quickly gather their belongings and depart the location. Suddenly, something was dramatically revealed. Someone exclaimed in surprised delight at its cuteness, then questioned why another was reacting with anger. They continued, asking why the individual was crying. Another character tentatively offered a new approach. A high-pitched exclamation of surprise or delight echoed. One character gasped, finding the result excessively good, then continued to pant. Another eagerly volunteered to try, manipulating something with distinct beeping and ringing sounds. Meanwhile, a chibi character, dressed in punk attire, rode a skull toy amidst flickering flames. A new voice declared the previous attempts lacked sense, insisting on taking over. A small, endearing character, encased in a glowing gray suit and a large helmet, stood against a vibrant green backdrop. The result was deemed perfect, and they prepared for the next step. A sound of dawning comprehension or surprise escaped someone's lips. A deeper sound of amazement followed, escalating the previous reaction. Suddenly, someone interjected, asserting that the wanted poster was solely another's fault, not their own. They defended their illegal act of firing a gun, explaining it was due to Morris kidnapping and that the culprit had too many hidden resources. A character urgently called out to Miria, stating they had something important to reveal. They continued, building up to a significant disclosure. A challenging voice questioned how someone as dangerous as Miria could possibly raise a human child. A red-skinned male, adorned with multiple glowing eyes, clearly registered surprise at the accusation. A voice coldly informed them that guides would assist them on their departure. A mysterious figure silently observed the scene while the red-skinned character looked down with a concerned expression. Someone stammered, questioning the meaning of the letter Miria had written for Mori, specifically the phrase "lovely circle." A soft tapping or rustling sound broke the tension. A look of confusion crossed someone's face. A gloved hand carefully held up a photograph, depicting a serene grassy field beneath a blue sky. The speaker identified the subject as Mori, then questioned the nature of the photograph itself. Miria explained that while processing documents as usual, she discovered a letter from Shalom. She recalled almost discarding it, mistaking it for a common city flyer, before a soft sound of realization escaped her. Miria decided to play the unknown item. A distinctive white-haired character, cloaked in black, stood starkly in a lush green field. Miria then realized that what she held was, in fact, a video. The white-haired character in the video gazed at a distant church, then appeared to fall into deep contemplation. A tiny creature or person cautiously peeked over a grassy hill, silhouetted against a clear blue sky. Miria questioned what the small figure could be. A gray-haired figure in the video then turned their gaze towards the small form cresting the green hill. A cute, wide-eyed child sat barefoot in the vibrant green grass under the blue sky, looking slightly to their left. A dark-faced figure with glowing eyes, white hair, and a patterned robe registered profound surprise at the sight. Another character, with dark skin and glowing white eyes, also appeared surprised, their mouth slightly agape. The thought crossed someone's mind that the child was exceptionally round, questioning how anything could be so perfectly spherical. A cloaked figure in the video held a glowing rectangular object, emanating a soft light. Back in the present, hands carefully held a photograph of the grassy hill under a blue sky. The dark-faced character with glowing white eyes and long white hair offered a faint, gentle smile. They explained that Mori had been filmed from afar due to his fear of cameras, apparently captivated by an ant. Miria recounted instinctively completing the sponsorship process and finding herself choosing a gift for Mori, musing if it was a bit boring before reconsidering. Someone mused aloud, considering it a promising start. A character grumbled, making an unfavorable comparison to another person. They noted a habit of sitting anywhere and then suggested a specific material for padding. Elsewhere, a small child character stood in a dark room, intently observing a floating creature with glowing green eyes. Someone quickly apologized, promising to activate something immediately. A small, dark-haired character fidgeted nervously, their fists clenched tightly in the dimly lit setting. A young character with wide, startled eyes looked downwards, suddenly illuminated by a bright light from above. A character's wide, terrified eye and sweating face conveyed extreme shock and profound fear. A young boy looked up at a glowing ring suspended in a vast, bright, cavernous space. In a close-up, the character's face was contorted in extreme shock and fear, beads of sweat dripping. A frantic child, their wide eyes reflecting pure terror, reached out desperately amidst a blur of panicked movement. A tiny figure sprinted with all their might, racing towards a bright, glowing exit that promised escape from the oppressive darkness of the tunnel. A sudden, sharp sound cut through the air, signaling an abrupt and startling event. A small, caped child plummeted downwards, falling rapidly away from the looming, dark silhouette of a towering figure. A small character struggled beneath a descending foot, narrowly escaping its crush before quickly rolling clear. With wide, sweating eyes filled with fear, a small child in a red cape desperately crawled forward, seeking refuge. The child looked up, their gaze fixed on the colossal figure's descending foot and the ominous glow emanating from its head. Someone cried out Mori's name in a desperate, urgent tone, a sense of profound alarm in their voice. A voice warned Ryder, emphasizing the dire consequences if they were to leave at that very moment. A red-skinned, horned character made a powerful leap through a dazzling futuristic city, a small, mysterious orb hovering far below them. A red-skinned being, adorned with multiple eyes and flowing white hair, gazed intently downwards, observing something unseen. A dark, spherical object, pulsating with a glowing red core, floated ominously against a hazy, grey backdrop. A soft, almost melodic hum resonated through the air, signaling a quiet but significant presence. A close-up revealed a glowing green and orange cybernetic eye, its intricate details sharp, with a dark hand positioned nearby. A cape-clad figure, with red skin and striking white hair, plummeted rapidly through the night sky above a sprawling city. A red-faced, multi-eyed character with white hair found themselves firmly grasped within a dark, powerful hand. A multi-eyed, winged being extended a hand forward, while a smaller, demon-like figure lingered curiously behind them. A wide-eyed child in a cape looked upwards, their face etched with surprise amidst the vast, twinkling expanse of a starry void. A small, caped figure surfed on a glowing blue wave, cutting through the darkness as they approached two much larger figures below. The name Mori was called out once more, imbued with profound urgency and concern. An anxious query about Morris' well-being was posed, asking if he was hurt anywhere in particular. The speaker noted Morris' elevated pulse and profuse sweating, frantically inquiring if he felt pain in a specific area. A character broke down, tears streaming uncontrollably from their eyes, their mouth open in a profound expression of distress. A large, robed figure cradled a smaller one, gently drifting through the cosmic expanse near a tiny, distant craft. A hand rested carefully on a piece of paper, upon which lay a sealed envelope, its contents awaiting discovery. A white-haired figure looked down with concern at a sleeping form, who clutched a small, clock-like device in their hand. The cause of the current distress did not seem to be solely attributable to the bright light, they mused. Another agreed, remarking that the light from the gun was significantly brighter, yet Mori had never reacted in such an extreme manner previously. Even when Ryder had inadvertently incinerated an entire forest, creating immense brightness, Mori had remained unaffected, leading to a frustrated curse and a clearing of the throat. The space remained silent, implying a moment of quiet contemplation or a sudden realization. The records indicated that when Morris' friend was present, they had exclusively used oil lamps or candles for illumination. A realization struck regarding Morris' sensitivity to lighting, specifically spotlights, recalling a previous reaction to a flashlight in a cave. They remembered that the current incident also involved a sudden burst of brightness, noting that the store's light had been a circular beam. The significance of a circular light lingered in their thoughts, a potential clue emerging. A hand reached into the shadows of a bookshelf, carefully extracting a specific book. A white-haired figure sat at a sunlit desk, completely engrossed in the numerous books spread out before them. A soft, curious sound escaped someone's lips, followed by a questioning hum, then a more definitive hum of understanding. Two characters, accompanied by a small floating robot, gathered closely to read from an open book, sharing its contents. A small child sat on the floor, absorbed in coloring, while an adult carefully hung sheets of paper onto a nearby wall. A moment of silent contemplation passed, marked by a thoughtful pause. Stylized figures assembled in a dimly lit hall, their attention collectively fixed upon a single glowing object. A question arose, unspoken but clear, indicating curiosity or confusion. A small character stood on a stage, carefully reading aloud from a book to an unseen audience beyond the proscenium. With a slight clearing of the throat, the narrator began a familiar tale. Once upon a time, in a forest, the three little pigs and... A sudden, sharp realization or exclamation punctuated the narrative, catching attention. The story continued, introducing the formidable presence of a wolf. A small child, wide-eyed with apprehension, stood dwarfed between several tall, dark, and ominously looming figures. The narrator revealed the wolf's cunning, secretly observing the pigs as they began their independent house-building endeavors. A red-faced, multi-eyed character with horns peered stealthily through a cluster of leaves, a slight smirk playing on their lips. A question was posed, considering if the presented scene was a form of shadow play. An affirmative answer confirmed the shadow play, explaining they would commence with a square-shaped light beam. The plan was to gradually transition the light beam into a circular shape as the audience became engrossed in the performance, accompanied by a soft rustling sound. A small, wide-eyed chibi child, adorned in a red cape, stood innocently between two much larger, unseen presences. The method was explained as a way to forge pleasant and lasting memories. A wide-eyed child in a red cloak wore an expression that hinted at subtle surprise or burgeoning curiosity. The narrative paused, building anticipation for the next development in the story. A sudden jolt of understanding or exclamation pierced the moment. A speaker attempted to connect the dots, realizing a significant past event, stumbling over their words in the process. The story continued, revealing that the little pigs ultimately chose to trust one another and cooperate. The pigs astonishingly combined their construction budget and even their floor area ratio, an unexpected twist in the tale. Furthermore, they employed the expertise of builders who had already constructed 3 houses, raising further questions. They proceeded to construct an ultra-mega amazing superalloy 4th house to confront the wolf, prompting an incredulous outcry about the nature of the story. A character, distinguished by a red scarf, gaped with an expression of profound surprise. A cheerful child in a red cape laughed joyfully, seemingly oblivious to the dark, ominous figures flanking them. A red-skinned character, featuring 5 luminous green eyes and prominent horns, registered an unmistakable look of surprise. A character with intensely glowing eyes stood frozen, their mouth agape in absolute shock. A sudden, impactful sound or event resonated, demanding immediate attention. Just then, Mama Pig and Mama Wolf dramatically appeared from a distance, interjecting to demand an end to the fighting. Laughter erupted, filling the space with mirth and amusement. A black combat boot appeared mid-stride, poised just above the ground, suggesting imminent movement. A small figure walked resolutely down a dark path, flanked on either side by 2 imposing, white, hooded statues. 2 stylized, abstract figures stood silently within the confines of a dark, ornately decorated room. A command was given to contact Miria, indicating an urgent need for her presence or input. Soft morning light gently filtered through the curtains, illuminating a figure resting peacefully in bed. A wide-eyed child, still half asleep with a trace of drool, lay on their pillow, gazing straight ahead. The child's eyes fluttered open, startled by the dazzling brightness of the morning sunlight. A surprised sound escaped someone nearby, noticing the early awakening. Someone gently greeted Mori, wishing him a good morning. They remarked that Mori had woken up much earlier than his usual time. A small, chibi character stretched blissfully, their tiny limbs extending as they lay on their back in bed. One character spun around in a dizzying circle, while another peeked out from under a blanket with a confused expression. A young child with wide, observant eyes stared intently at something unseen. 3 chibi children, cloaked figures, playfully crawled around a large, fluffy white creature adorned with red horns. A sleepy voice pleaded with Mori to allow just 10 more minutes of rest. A small character stood beside a bed, gazing up at a person still deep in slumber. An angry, horned character suddenly yelled out, while a child in a red cape pushed open a door and stepped through. A person in bright yellow rain boots stepped indoors, their movement casting long shadows from the sunlight streaming onto the floor. Someone exuberantly called out to Mori, asking if he had slept soundly. A concerned voice exclaimed, warning that it was dangerous to run inside. A winged figure, smiling warmly, extended their open hands towards another pair of hands in the foreground. It was noted that this day marked exactly 1 month since the child had begun residing in their home. A person's bare foot and 2 flour-dusted boots stood on a light, powdery ground, indicating recent activity. A happy chibi child stood with arms raised, surrounded by sparkling energy rising into the air, while a small robot hovered nearby. Someone cried out in exasperation, lamenting that they had just finished cleaning the area. A question was posed, asking if the child was hungry. Another voice echoed the question with rapid footsteps, eagerly asking if they were indeed hungry. A soft whirring sound indicated that a filter was being attached. A white-robed, bird-like figure, with a beak-like face, clutched its head in apparent distress. Hands rapidly chopped vegetables with a large knife, scattering diced pieces across a cutting board. A chef vigorously tossed a large mound of food within a flaming wok, cooking with intense heat. A chibi character eagerly opened their mouth, ready to catch food flying towards them from multiple spoons. A character shielded their face as a small, energetic brown creature bounced playfully nearby. A tall figure held a small character under a faucet, both of them looking utterly perplexed by the situation. A voice of surprise questioned if they were washing the child as if he were a load of laundry. A chibi character peeked cautiously from behind a wooden door, a small device floating idly nearby. A robed, dark-faced figure, adorned with a winged headpiece, sat diligently at a desk, engrossed in reading a document. A magical figure with intensely glowing eyes and feathery adornments held an ancient scroll. A sudden glint of light or understanding flashed. Someone exclaimed in awe, remarking on the incredible studiousness they observed. A moment of resolute determination or persistence settled in. In response to a query about his activity, the figure explained he was attempting to copy letters from word cards. The air remained silent, filled with focused concentration. Someone urged closer inspection, pointing out a similarity and suggesting that the other's judgment was becoming clouded. With a soft hum, someone declared that everything needed to be brought out again, offering to read it aloud. Words like pile up and ready position were read aloud, prompting speculation that it described a unique phenomenon. The text discussed division, and the reader recalled having mentioned it before, admitting they did not know the specific details. They continued, explaining that the method varied by species, potentially differing by hundreds of years, but fundamentally, when a Bodhi's lifespan ended, cells entered a sleep state to revert to their original form. This process involved division, either from one to one or one to many, citing an example of originating from the judge's fourth finger and mentioning Shalom as possibly the first, also noting the need for a safe place due to complete vulnerability. They inquired about the complexity of the explanation, considering it might be a bit difficult for Mori to fully grasp. A sudden cry of alarm or frustration erupted. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that scribbling had occurred on the wall once more. The exasperated speaker demanded the culprit clean the wall themselves, demonstrating how to do it. Someone playfully remarked that they had expected the child not to cry today, followed by a light chuckle. Mori was sternly reminded that the wall was not for drawing, and asked if he would refrain from doing it again, warning that Giles would scold him if he continued to disobey. An excited voice announced the arrival of mail, eagerly claiming the task of retrieving it. With a quick gasp, the same voice declared they would retrieve the mail themselves. A mysterious white-haired character with glowing eyes sat composedly in a room, an open door revealing the space beyond. The mail was handed over with a cheerful declaration. The recipient thanked Ryder, who responded with a dismissive no problem. The recipient expressed satisfaction that this particular mail delivery did not contain any wanted posters. A startled exclamation of Ryder was uttered, followed by confused sounds. A question was calmly posed, suggesting a brief conversation. Ryder stammered in response, clearly taken aback by the sudden request. A person's booted foot stood firmly planted in a sunlit room, a tense pause in the air. A voice of disbelief wondered if they had misseen something, questioning their own perception. A suspicion arose, wondering if the other person had noticed something significant. A realization struck, deciding it was best to speak up first before any further developments. Someone called out, drawing attention to an item they held. A gloved hand held two dark, rune-like stones, each intricately etched with golden symbols. It was revealed that these were stones capable of opening the door to the judge's chamber. A sound of profound confusion and surprise escaped someone's lips. The speaker calmly stated that they had made contact with the judge. A red-skinned, white-haired character with multiple glowing green eyes stared intently to the right within a dark setting. The character stammered out the word judge, clearly in shock. A panicked internal monologue questioned if they had been reported, how long the other person had known, and if they had deliberately been made to lower their guard. The internal panic escalated, fearing they were being set up for jail, before the speaker, addressing Ryder, suddenly inquired if they had ever considered joining Patch. A wave of confusion washed over someone as a startling realization began to unfold. Disbelief quickly followed, their minds struggling to comprehend the new information. The speaker acknowledged the abruptness of the situation, then stumbled over their words, a new question forming in their thoughts. They explained how they had messaged the judge to register Mori as a member of the pack, receiving an invitation in return, noting the scarcity of human-related laws and precedents. Though they had not yet heard from Shalom, they speculated Shalom would be pleased, having always encouraged such initiatives. They outlined their strategy, explaining that Morris registration would officially frame the town incident as an attack on the pack, thus allowing stronger protection for Ryder's safety, and after lifting the wanted status, they intended to join another group. Someone questioned the duration of this knowledge, which the speaker admitted had been present from the very start. The questioner expressed surprise at allowing a wanted fugitive into their home, to which the speaker defensively replied that Mori had been crying and seemed very dependent on Ryder. The speaker then mused that they could likely subdue Mori if needed, acknowledging the lingering presence of a powerful, undefined force. They recalled Ryder's earlier account of meeting Mori, which had led them to infer the reason behind Morris' wanted status. While secretly dealing with the person responsible would be simple, they recognized it would not resolve Ryder's own wanted status, confirming their earlier thoughts. A dark-skinned hand carefully placed a small, dark object into another hand, encased in a vibrant red glove. The speaker suggested that life might become less thrilling than Ryder's past travels. Despite this, they expressed a strong desire for Ryder to remain in their company. They urged Ryder to contemplate the proposal with careful consideration. Ryder responded with a hesitant acknowledgement, still processing the implications. A surprised voice suddenly exclaimed, wondering why someone was asleep in that particular spot. Utter confusion settled over the observer. They questioned the person's strange, spinning appearance, asking for clarification on their unusual demeanor. Upon being asked if something positive had occurred, the person vehemently denied it. Gloved hands tightly gripped the collar of a red garment, pulling it taut around a person's neck. Someone remarked on their neat appearance, emphasizing the importance of first impressions and the effort put into the outfit. With the screen now prepared, they urged the other person not to be nervous, quickly adding that it was the speaker who needed to calm down, recalling it had been a long time since Zyle had last visited that place. Someone nervously fidgeted with an object or their clothing. A red-skinned character, distinguished by multiple green eyes and flowing white hair, fixed their gaze intently forward. The red-skinned character softly called Morris' name. They offered to take the bag, examining its contents carefully. The speaker regretfully stated they could not accompany the others. A small boy's eyes widened in surprise as a figure gently placed a necklace around his neck. They reassured the boy that they would remain nearby, a soft clinking sound accompanying their words. The wide-eyed child, clad in a red cape, looked upwards, clutching the pendant that now adorned his neck. They addressed Mori, reminding him that he could request a postponement if the situation felt overwhelming, seeking reassurance that he would be all right. A masked character with a red face intently watched a dark-skinned figure, whose white hair and glowing eyes stood out in the dim light. The dark-skinned figure moved smoothly, gliding into position. In a sunlit room, several characters gathered, their gazes fixed upon a mysterious black rectangular portal. One of them declared their intention to go ahead and greet the others, instructing the two to wait and then follow the rehearsed plan. A small boy, brimming with anger, tightly clutched an amulet as a shadowy figure materialized within a nearby doorway. A brown-booted foot firmly descended onto a bright, pristine surface. Another character lay sprawled, either asleep or unconscious, on the floor, framed by a series of expansive windows. The wide-eyed boy in the red cape peered intently downwards, his gaze lost in a profound, unsettling darkness. At the far end of a grand hall, two imposing hooded figures stood solemnly, accompanied by smaller, cloaked companions. A horned character with a red face intently studied a holographic screen, flanked by their bird-like companions. A robed figure strode through a dark, crumbling hall, surrounded by a procession of cloaked individuals. A small figure stood perfectly centered on a vast, dark octagonal platform, adorned with a glowing triquetra symbol. A mysterious figure with distinctive white feathery hair sat calmly, enveloped by intricate, dark winding patterns. The immediate surroundings consisted of dark, rocky ground, strewn with countless scattered stones. A lone figure gazed out over colossal, illuminated sci-fi columns, all beneath a foreboding, dark and swirling sky. A red-skinned character appeared visibly flustered, encircled by masked figures whose attention was solely focused on a brightly glowing panel. The name Miria of the pack was uttered with a tone of recognition. A realization struck, identifying the imposing figure as the judge. A child in an orange cape stumbled, collapsing face-first onto the ground as mysterious cloaked figures observed silently from the background. Nearby, a red-faced character, adorned with multiple eyes and horns, grimaced fiercely, their gaze fixed downwards intently. A desperate cry rang out, calling for Mori. Within a dark, ray-lit chamber, a mysterious cloaked figure stood, their blue eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. A sudden exclamation of surprise punctuated the air. An anxious voice then inquired about someone's well-being, accompanied by sounds of distress. A young character's eyes widened in profound shock, their mouth agape in panic. A masked figure, whose glowing helmet emanated energy, appeared against a vast cosmic backdrop. Two blurry, dark forms with faint red highlights moved indistinctly against a dark, grainy background. A voice urgently demanded a pause. A glitchy figure with a rainbow void for a head extended a distorted hand in the dark, reaching out. Another voice sharply warned them not to make contact. A furious, fanged character bit down intensely, surrounded by streaks indicating immense speed. A panicked voice exclaimed, questioning the actions and desperately pleading for them to stop. A pained scream tore through the air, declaring intense suffering. A dark-skinned character with long white hair, clad in a white and black robe, extended their left arm forward. A dark hand reached out towards a dark sphere, suspended in a cosmic void. A voice of protest declared that such an action was forbidden in that location. A winged creature soared near a mystical portal, embedded within an ancient, imposing structure. A distorted white silhouette, shimmering with chromatic aberration, blasted forward from a streaky black background. Two characters were split diagonally, one displaying profound shock while the other's face was contorted in fury. A child in a red cloak looked upwards at a glowing orb, which was surrounded by swirling energy. The small character, still in their red cape, was pulled headfirst into a dark, swirling vortex. A winged figure in a dark cloak gazed up at a distant, swirling cosmic anomaly. A voice softly uttered the name, Miria. The speaker insisted that the unfolding situation required a full explanation. Another voice vehemently denounced the situation as utter nonsense. The first speaker retorted, questioning if they truly considered it nonsense. The speaker then explained that others considered Mori extremely unstable, and believed the instability might be due to their own influence. Consequently, Mori was to be kept within the judge's territory, prompting the speaker to question the basis of such a decision before urging Ryder to calm down. A hooded figure with glowing eyes sat indoors, looking down thoughtfully, deep in contemplation. A fanged character, eyes wide and intense, bit aggressively into something. A mysterious figure, clad in a glossy black helmet and a white cloak, stood in a dimly lit space. Someone questioned why the search team was present in the judge's chamber. They then admitted their complete lack of understanding of the situation. The speaker wondered how a human from the Salam territory could have traveled such a distance, noting that a human of that age could not have managed it alone. A voice asked about a specific object, and then identified it as the judge's 3 legs. The speaker then suggested that they should be honest about the matter. They accused the other person of wanting the human so badly that they had their servants secretly take him out of the shelter. The accused vehemently denied it, asserting that Mori had left the Salam territory on his own. The accuser challenged this, asking how an infant human could cross the Salam territory's boundary. The other character explained that they had made clothes for him using lauter fabric, which seemed to be the reason he could cross the border. The accuser questioned if the clothes were made after learning the boundary could weaken, swiftly dismissing the possibility. The character clarified that they had merely read in records that infant humans could be weakened by small things, so they gave him the clothes hoping he would grow up healthy, for no other reason. They continued, explaining they had grown worried after months without updates about Mori from the shelter, so they sent a servant to check on him, discovered his disappearance, and began tracking him down. When Mori eventually made it to the city, a traveler had brought him there. The accuser then inquired about the current whereabouts of that traveler. The character hesitated, beginning to explain the traveler's situation. A red-skinned character with white hair and a multi-eyed, mask-like face stared intently forward. The character then revealed that the traveler was no longer in the city. The accuser surmised that there was no way to prove the story, acknowledging the situation. The character elaborated, stating that in the city center, the traveler had momentarily lost sight of the child. During that brief moment, the child had nearly been kidnapped after bumping into a citizen. The kidnapper had used force against the child. The speaker then questioned if the other person realized the child could have ended up seriously hurt. The character expressed regret, admitting their carelessness and offering an apology. A stern voice declared that the human did not qualify, insisting he must be sent back to human society and that it should have been done from the very beginning, questioning why a human was even in such a place, then added that they could not send him back to a certain place. Someone suggested relocating him to a restricted zone, pleading for consideration of the emotional toll on a child forced to adapt to yet another new environment. The speaker argued that even if the area appeared similar, it was inhabited by humans completely different from those Mori was used to, questioning how the child would survive. A voice then asked about that specific human. They highlighted that he could not even communicate with humans and lacked the intelligence to speak properly, then asked Miria for her opinion. Miria countered, asserting that he was merely not fluent yet, but could clearly express his emotions, and requested permission to speak with him. The judge responded that they would consider the request. The judge then declared that they would prioritize the happiness and safety of the human child, concluding the meeting by dismissing everyone for the day. A robed figure with white hair was shown in profile, looking down with a pained expression. A small figure walked across a high bridge, moving towards an octagonal platform adorned with a Celtic knot. A soft voice uttered the name, Miria. A white-haired, winged character gazed up at a starry sky and an ornate structure, lost in thought. The speaker stated that this was the judge's order. A soft, reassuring sound filled the air. A small hand gently touched the chin of a large, dark-faced figure with long white hair. The speaker remarked that humans did not live as long as they did. They continued, noting that the silence following a human's passing would stretch on endlessly. The speaker then gravely questioned if the other person would be able to bear such an end. The recap began with a brief apology for a previous chapter's typo, clarifying the correct pronoun for Mori. One character expressed concern for Miria, noting she had been profoundly dejected and barely eating for over a week. They contemplated speaking at the upcoming judgment but quickly realized it would only exacerbate the already delicate situation. Another character then questioned if they truly understood why Miria had felt compelled to mislead the judge. They explained that everyone in the desert knew Ryder was a reckless outlaw, infamous throughout the land. With Miria herself under suspicion, they doubted anyone would believe anything a simple-minded outlaw like Ryder, known for illegal creations, might say. They challenged Ryder, implying he surely knew that creations capable of acquiring knowledge were forbidden, warning that acting without a plan would lead to dire consequences. The ultimate fear was that their creation, AIA, would simply be confiscated. A red-skinned character with multiple glowing green eyes stared forward with intense concentration. Ryder erupted in fury, questioning the audacity and identity of the speaker. He vehemently declared that he had created AIA and that she belonged to him. The other character calmly explained that such a possibility was being discussed and urged Ryder to compose himself. Ryder expressed his profound frustration with an expletive. A small black robot with glowing green eyes hovered silently within a blurred room. A white-haired character, adorned with horns and a long tail, walked across a sunlit wooden floor. A wide-eyed chibi boy, clad in a red cloak, clutched a pendant tightly in his hand. A sudden, sharp cry of distress echoed through the air. News arrived that a package had just been delivered. The character with a white tail continued their walk down a sunlit hallway, approaching a closed door. A red-skinned, horned character with multiple green eyes registered surprise while holding a mysterious device. A glowing orb with golden rings softly floated above various papers scattered on a desk. A dark-faced figure with glowing eyes and feathered white hair gazed forward with a solemn expression. Someone called out Miria's name, their voice filled with urgency. They announced it was a positive response to the visitation request sent earlier, granting them permission to see Mori. The news caused an immediate surge of energy, prompting someone to spring up swiftly. A horned figure with red skin extended a golden item towards a cloaked character as an offering. A large, elegant building, crowned with a gray roof, stood majestically against a bright blue sky dotted with white clouds. Miria meticulously itemized the preparations, stating she had mostly packed foods Mori liked, including homemade juice, and pondered if there were enough toys, suggesting more cookies while confirming assistance with toothbrushing. She offered her sincere gratitude to everyone present. Heads nodded in collective agreement and understanding. A gloved hand carefully drew a glowing, symbolic object, from which a wavy stream of energy emanated. A moment of quiet anticipation followed. A dark doorway framed a shadowy figure, whose small, glowing white eyes pierced through the gloom. A character with red skin, white hair, horns, and many green eyes adopted a serious demeanor. An escort announced their presence, ready to guide the way. They then directed the group to follow them. A mysterious figure with glowing white eyes and feathery white hair emerged from the surrounding darkness. Towering, dark, floating structures, adorned with intricate geometric patterns, dramatically rose high above the clouds. A sleek, black futuristic device with a soft blue light drifted silently within a blurry, gray environment. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes remained poised within a dark doorway. A red-skinned character with white spiky hair, horns, and multiple glowing green eyes stared intently forward. Once again, the escort reiterated their purpose: they were there to guide them. They pointed the path forward, instructing the others to follow. A trio of cloaked figures stood together, while a solemn, white-haired, dark-faced entity was shown in a close-up below. A serious character with glowing eyes and white hair maintained an intense, focused gaze. Towering, dark, geometric structures dominated the skyline, reaching into a cloudy, gray sky. A futuristic black device, marked with red lights and grid panels, floated in a hazy, gray space. A cloaked, white-haired figure with a dark face sat cross-legged in a futuristic room, deep in thought. A character clad in a black gown held a small photo, which depicted two distinct figures. A hand held up a child's drawing, cheerfully depicting two figures and a smiling robot on a patch of green grass. A wide-eyed child diligently drew on a card at a wooden table, an angry thought bubble hovering above his head. He resolved to stay strong, reminding himself of his resolve. A hazmat-suited person confronted a robed figure within a sterile, futuristic white room. A mysterious character with glowing white eyes, dark skin, and long white hair looked directly forward. An empty, futuristic white room featured a stark black void and numerous dangling wires. A childlike figure lay face down on the stark, futuristic floor, connected by an array of cables. A white-haired character with glowing eyes looked forward, their expression one of profound shock. They stammered, questioning the scene before them, and were informed that Subject 1125 had been refusing meals, necessitating forced nutrient supply. The character asked, bewildered, if he was refusing to eat and inquired about how long this had been happening. The answer revealed that his refusal to eat had persisted since his arrival at the facility. Furthermore, his cloak had been confiscated due to security concerns, as it was deemed capable of breaching safety protocols. They added that he was extremely violent, having bitten every single staff member who had interacted with him. As a result, all physical contact had been banned to minimize stimulation, and they were told they could speak to Subject 1125 from a distance once he awoke, requesting a signature. Someone tentatively called out to Miss Miria, noticing her distress. Miria began to respond, stumbling over her words, clearly flustered. She quickly shifted focus, explaining that she had brought foods Mori liked, cut into easy-to-eat sizes, and requested they be fed to him one by one. She added instructions about ensuring he didn't drink the juice too quickly and presented a toy he often played with. A faintly glowing, robed figure sat facing away, shrouded in complete darkness. A shadowy figure with glowing white eyes and hair gazed forward with an intense stare. A pale, veiny hand rested upon a dark surface, adorned with faint blue lines. A character with long dark hair or a dark cloak stood, their back and side partially visible. Someone interjected, requesting a brief moment of pause. A futuristic white room lay before them, featuring a large dark opening, hanging wires, a set of stairs, and a solitary bed. A child lay prone on the floor, situated near a pillow and various pieces of futuristic equipment. A person with dark hair was hunched over, resting their head, seemingly in despair. A soft, questioning sound, Maya, escaped the child's lips. The child looked into a futuristic chamber, with numerous cables connected to their back. A small character was seen being dragged across the sterile white room by a tangle of wires. The child cried out, a mix of panic and frustration in their sounds. A small, chibi-like character with raised arms was seen peeking out from a dark opening. The child uttered a soft, questioning Maya. Once more. A loud, desperate cry of Maya burst forth. Suddenly, someone rushed to reassure the child, repeating it's okay and urging them to calm down. A sedative was swiftly administered, accompanied by a distinct sound effect. A crying child reached out with both hands, tears streaming down their face against a background of distortion. The small figure slumped onto the floor, collapsing near a wired, glowing wall panel in the white room. A grand house stood in quiet solitude beneath the vast expanse of a dark night sky. Inside, a character wondered about Miria's whereabouts, confirming she remained in her room, and then dismissed the idea of disturbing her with a meal or questions. They remarked on Miria's unusually distraught expression, noting they had never witnessed her looking so distressed before. A sense of dread filled the air as they felt that any attempt to approach her now could lead to an explosive confrontation. Suddenly, a distinct thud echoed, signaling someone's heavy footsteps approaching. Another character urgently called out, identifying the approaching person as Ryder and attempting to stop him. Ryder, however, moved forward with purpose, directly addressing Miria. He declared his intention to speak with her, urging a conversation. Miria's voice was filled with sorrow as she apologized and expressed her profound desire for solitude. A red-skinned character, horned and masked, observed the scene intently as a small, glowing device hovered nearby. A masked figure stood in a dimly lit room, overseeing a desk adorned with books and a softly glowing planetary symbol. The red-skinned, horned character, concealed behind a multi-eyed mask, maintained an unwavering and intense stare. Another figure, their multiple green, slit pupil eyes glowing with an eerie intensity, also watched the unfolding drama. Ryder's attention then shifted to a document, which he identified with disbelief as a letter of resignation. He then confronted Miria, asking if she truly intended to abandon Mori. Ryder's frustration mounted as he questioned her actions, reminding her of her recent visit to Mori. His voice rising in anger, he vehemently demanded to know how she could possibly relinquish Mori, accusing her of treating Mori as a mere object. Suddenly, dark tendrils erupted violently from a central figure, engulfing the room and forcefully impacting another character. The sudden burst of power caused a visible shockwave of surprise and alarm. A white-haired figure now knelt, completely enveloped by the aggressive dark tendrils, trapped within the dimly lit library. The character with the tendrils issued a chilling warning to Ryder, demanding that he cease his provocative actions. Miria, maintaining her composure, explained that her decisions were solely based on what she believed was Morris' best interest. A red-skinned character appeared visibly stressed, their tension palpable next to a small, green-eyed robot that hovered calmly. Another red-skinned character, this one with white hair, also registered deep distress as the small robot continued to float innocently nearby. Ryder challenged Miria's assertion, questioning if her current choice truly constituted the best option. He accused her of running away, a claim she immediately denied, leading him to furiously demand an explanation for her actions. He then dropped a bombshell: Mori was refusing to eat, a revelation that met with a stunned and disbelieving reaction. Ryder repeated the grim news with even greater emphasis, highlighting Morris' complete refusal of food. The horrific image of a child lying face down on the floor, restrained and connected to machinery by an array of wires, flashed through their minds. Ryder revealed that Morris' refusal to eat had persisted continuously for 2 weeks, ever since the judgment had taken place. He emphasized the desperate situation, describing Morris' reliance on damn nutrition tubes. A glowing, green-eyed cylinder floated eerily amidst a chaotic scene of dark, pulsating purple tendrils and scattered debris. Someone crossed their arms, a gesture of deep contemplation or resolute decision. Miria confessed to her own greed, admitting she had known about short human lifespans but used the inability to contact Shalom as an excuse to keep Mori, desiring a longer connection. She reflected on their time together, acknowledging that their bond had felt too good to let go. Miria had believed Mori would also find happiness in their arrangement, but a new, unsettling doubt began to creep into her thoughts. She began to question if her actions were, in fact, driven purely by her own selfish happiness. She reasoned that prolonging the current struggle would only result in Morris' further weakening. A chilling fear gripped her as she considered the possibility of Mori falling ill due to the ongoing conflict. Her thoughts trailed off, unable to voice the full extent of her terrifying premonition. The unspoken dread was then voiced, as she contemplated the horrific consequence of Morris' potential death. With a heavy heart, she suggested that perhaps, for Morris' ultimate well-being, a different path was necessary. A hand with distinctive orange-tipped fingers gripped black fabric with intense force, surrounded by visual speed lines of urgency. Ryder erupted, harshly reprimanding Miria as an idiot and forbidding her from uttering such defeatist thoughts. He accused her of forgetting a crucial detail, his voice full of exasperation. He emphatically reminded her of Morris' extreme smallness, underscoring his fragility. Miria reacted with a soft, questioning sound, taken aback by his sudden intensity. Ryder reiterated Morris' teeniness, quoting Miria's own words and stressing that even seemingly sturdy babies could face fatal consequences from one wrong move. He pointed out that they first encountered Mori in the Red Desert, arguing that this indicated Morris' journey had begun much earlier, expressing frustration. Miria, still confused, gently prompted Ryder to clarify his agitated statements. Ryder then challenged her understanding, demanding if she truly comprehended the significance of Morris' journey. He emphasized the incredible feat Mori had accomplished, noting that even he had struggled to traverse such a vast distance. He underscored Morris' resilience by highlighting the incredibly small body that had endured such a journey. Ryder affectionately referred to Mori as lovely and one, a term of endearment. He asserted that Morris' arduous journey was driven by a deep desire to meet and be with Miria. He passionately declared that he had never once seen a look in Morris' eyes that suggested a desire to return to his previous situation, using another affectionate nickname. Ryder's voice boomed as he vehemently asked if Miria intended to invalidate all of Morris' profound efforts. A soft, ethereal shimmering sound filled the air, indicating a delicate or floating movement. Miria then quietly revealed that she had received a significant phone call earlier that day. She explained the call's content: arrangements to find suitable human parents for Mori in a restricted area, citing the human belief that a child required a mother. Miria's words faltered, her voice filled with profound uncertainty about her next steps. Ryder's booming response immediately dismissed her concerns as irrelevant. He fiercely declared that they were fully capable of fulfilling the mother role themselves. Under a canopy of stars, two anime-style characters, one distinctly horned with red skin, stood facing each other in a dramatic confrontation. Miria's stunned disbelief echoed as she uttered a soft, questioning sound, completely taken aback by Ryder's impassioned declaration. A character began to review the situation once more, setting a focused tone for the discussion. They explained that to win the judgment, they needed to prove their superiority as parents compared to any mother from the restricted zone. A voice then questioned what specific qualities they should excel in to demonstrate this superiority, seeking clarification. Miria's collected data indicated that humans possessed genders and reproduced by creating offspring. The optimal scenario, according to human customs, involved two adult humans, bound by a contract called marriage, raising a child together. Such individuals were referred to as a couple or parents within human society. A character pondered this information, acknowledging their understanding of the cultural nuances. With a sudden realization, they declared themselves a couple, embracing the new role. Another character repeated the word, "see couple," a hint of surprise in their tone. They mused that the word couple sounded cute and wondered if Giles was angry about something. They then considered the roles of dad and mom, asking which role the other preferred to assume. Citing data that 89% of children Mori's age preferred mom, one character quickly decided to assume that specific role. They mused about the possibility of two mom couples, concluding it should be acceptable despite limited data on the subject. Another suggestion was to highlight their strength, noting that humans reportedly appreciated fighting and the glory of sacrifice for the nation. A character observed that human strength was also measured by wealth, suggesting this would not be an issue for them. A questioning voice countered, pointing out Ryder's apparent lack of wealth with an incredulous tone. Ryder furiously accused someone of only using outdated parts for him, then immediately shifted to asking if there was something else they could prove. An idea emerged to prove their superior care for Mori, though the precise method of proof remained uncertain. One character boasted of having hugged Mori approximately 600 times, playfully calling him a troublemaker. Another character recalled Mori stepping on them around 400 times, reacting with a pained but fond exclamation. A third character began to speak, hesitating before revealing their own contributions. They confessed to having only scolded Mori, a realization that brought a pang of regret. Filled with remorse, they wished they had allowed Mori to draw on the walls freely and then desperately sought affirmation that they had also significantly helped him. Another proudly asserted their efforts in preparing Morris meals, stating he had always finished everything they made. Suddenly, a grim realization struck them that Mori had refused the last meal, noting his ongoing refusal to eat. In a quiet scene, two white figures offered comfort to a hunched black figure who sat on the floor beside a window. Someone inquired if this was the total data they had received from the shelter, receiving confirmation that communication issues had made proper data reception uncertain and translation arduous. Meanwhile, a hooded figure intently read a book, their expression shifting to one of profound shock as they absorbed the contents. Nearby, two robed figures stood beside an open wooden door, one cautiously peering into the room beyond. A character lamented their insufficient information, feeling the weight of their current predicament. They acknowledged the dire implications of their current situation, sensing a critical turning point. A new resolve formed, a character declared their urgent need to meet Shalom. Another immediately pointed out Shalom's unresponsiveness and then gasped, realizing the implications of an uninvited visit. They vehemently warned Miria of the extreme danger inherent in such a reckless plan. Miria explained their current data limitations, emphasizing Shalom's unparalleled knowledge of humans. She further reasoned that Mori's discovery near Shalom's domain meant he likely possessed vital pre-rescue information about the child. A hesitant voice started to describe Shalom's possible location, struggling to vocalize the unsettling truth. Another character completed the thought, confirming the location as the playground with a sense of foreboding. A confused query followed, asking for clarification on what this playground truly was. An explanation followed. It was a space Shalom created before establishing a human domain, describing Shalom as the quirkiest among them. Shalom had expended all his power to amass cherished items, designating this unique space as the playground. A character softly repeated the name, playground, pondering its true nature. A grave warning was issued, underscoring that the situation was far from simple or benign. They elaborated on the dangers, explaining that prolonged exposure to an unauthorized power-created space could lead to madness, despite the possibility of blocking the power, but entering without permission. Despite the dire warning, a resolute character declared their unwavering intent to go, firm in their decision. Accepting the decision, another character urged everyone to prepare swiftly for the perilous journey ahead. The resolute character inquired if the other intended to accompany them into the unknown. The other affirmed their participation, stating they could no longer remain passive in the face of such urgency. They further justified their decision by reminding everyone that they were Mori's mothers, committed to his well-being. A cutting remark accused the speaker of being irrational, followed by a surprised and offended demand for clarification regarding the insult. A third entity humbly requested permission to join, vowing to ensure their lord's comfort throughout the ordeal. A skeptical voice questioned the usefulness of the two companions, stating Miria would ultimately have to protect them both, but one companion offered a solution involving a portion of their power for Gile to operate separately. It was suggested that splitting up would hasten the search for Shalom, with one character, inexperienced in travel, requesting Ryder and AIA to lead the way, to which they readily agreed. A red-skinned, horned character with multiple green eyes held a bottle, their expression conveying surprise at the item. Nearby, a tall, masked figure extended a small object towards a surprised, bird-like creature. With deliberate motion, a hand carefully opened a box, revealing a dazzling interior filled with sparkling stars. A voice expressed astonishment at seeing a star fragment being used, recalling their strenuous efforts to prevent its use in finding Mori. An inquiry about the fragment's purpose was met with the explanation that it would transport them to their desired destination. A powerful, dark-skinned figure with striking white hair and glowing eyes unleashed an intense punch forward, initiating their departure. A warning was issued that without a token or invitation, the destination was unknown, and everyone was instructed to stay close to the puncher. Robed figures encircled a cosmic void within a circular chamber, as three distinct characters materialized inside the shimmering expanse. One horned, multi-eyed character with red skin and white hair appeared visibly uneasy, a bead of sweat trickling down their face. Through the void, a horned character and a winged companion tumbled downwards against a stark, dark rocky surface. As they fell, a horned character with multiple eyes registered deep shock, observing a nearby floating device. A character exclaimed in utter disbelief and alarm as they plummeted. Below them, powerful, dark ocean waves crashed dramatically, churning with white foam. Moments later, a character's black boots stood firmly in dark puddles on wet, snowy ground, indicating their arrival. On a dark, rocky shore beside a gloomy ocean, three mysterious figures now stood, having completed their perilous journey. Under the somber sky, a winged, dark-skinned character wept openly next to a red-skinned, horned companion, both caught in the falling rain. Three robed figures arrived on a dark, desolate beach, stark against the imposing mountains that loomed in the distance. From above, their journey across the dark sand was evident in the fresh footprints left behind, even as powerful waves continued to crash along the shore. Later, the trio paused on rocks beside a surprisingly calm lake, its placid surface reflecting the distant mountains. Elsewhere, a small person wielded a whip, seemingly interacting with a large, cow-like creature grazing in a vibrant green field. One horned character glanced to their left, standing alongside a cloaked figure whose eyes glowed eerily, while a small drone silently hovered nearby, observing them. Two of the companions stood on a windswept cliff, their gaze sweeping over vast mountains where majestic mantle-like creatures gracefully soared through the air. A person's booted legs stood submerged in murky water, finding purchase on an ancient, waterlogged log hidden beneath the surface. In a misty, tree-filled swamp, two figures navigated the treacherous terrain, one extending a hand as if to offer support to the other. Two small, robed figures waded through a pool of water, their eyes fixed on a looming, dark, and ancient stone archway that seemed to guard an unknown path. One of them shook their head slowly, a gesture of deep disbelief or disapproval regarding their current predicament. A multi-eyed character with red skin appeared visibly flustered, their expression one of embarrassment, as a small robot floated calmly beside them. The journey led two figures into a calm, clear blue river, its gentle current flowing through a landscape of rugged, rocky terrain. Within the dark depths of a forest, luminous blue and purple mushrooms glowed softly, thriving on mossy tree roots. A questioning silence hung in the air, hinting at confusion or a moment of uncertainty during their trek. The red-skinned character, identifiable by their multiple green eyes and horns, continued to be closely monitored by a discreetly floating drone. A lone person walked cautiously through a misty forest, unaware of a skeletal monster clinging menacingly to a nearby tree. A spiky-haired character with distinct cat ears looked down thoughtfully, while their small robot companion hovered close by. Another moment of inquiry or bewilderment passed, as the difficult journey continued to unfold. A profound weariness settled over them, hinting at the immense effort and strain the journey demanded. Two figures traversed a golden field, then stopped in awe to watch giant, glowing jellyfish gracefully float across the darkening sky. Under the vast expanse of the night sky, three figures stood in a field, gazing up at the countless stars, one of them gently waving. A masked figure, clad in a distinctive hat and flowing cloak, stood alone under the same dark, star-filled firmament. A red-faced character looked up intently at a tall, pale-haired figure whose eyes glowed under the night sky, their expression suggesting a moment of shared wonder. One character inquired if the other was all right, admitting a touch of embarrassment as they revealed it had been almost a century since they had exerted themselves so much. A winged figure, draped in a robe, stood beside a perilous cliff, their gaze fixed on the endless, starry expanse above. A hand reached upwards into the shimmering, starry sky, gently catching several glowing blue orbs that drifted down. One companion observed the scene, expressing profound appreciation for its unexpected beauty. Another mused wistfully that Mori would have undoubtedly cherished the sight as well. A third character agreed with a soft affirmation, acknowledging the truth in their companion's sentiment. A soft tapping sound accompanied their confident assertion that they were certain Mori would have reacted strongly. They speculated that Mori would have immediately tried to put whatever they found into his mouth, noting his tendency to taste everything, ending with an exclamatory cry. Another agreed, imagining Mori frantically running from them as they desperately tried to stop him, crying out in alarm to get it out of his mouth quickly. They also remarked on the likely 67% increase in their luggage, observing that such a tiny being required an enormous amount of gear, humorously suggesting his suitcase might be larger than himself. One character candidly admitted that they initially struggled to understand Miria's perspective or intentions. They elaborated that humans, from their perspective, held no particular special significance or value. However, after diligently assisting Miria on a daily basis, their perception began to shift. This daily assistance naturally led them to spend an increasing amount of time observing and caring for Mori as well. A flashback showed a large-eyed child curiously peeking out from under a shirt, held securely by an unseen person with braided hair. The character mused aloud that perhaps understanding was not a prerequisite for their evolving feelings. The image of Morris' wide, innocent eyes, perhaps blinking at them, came to mind. They recalled Morris' upset reaction after they had prevented him from eating dirt, a testament to his curious and often messy nature. Another memory surfaced, a small child wrapped in a red cloak, nestled comfortably against a larger, comforting figure. They remembered the difficulties of communication and the constant struggle with human hygiene. They also recalled the physical discomforts of his presence, noting how he was often wetter and hotter than anticipated. A gloved hand gripped another person's orange-clad arm firmly, conveying a sense of urgency or concern. The character declared that there was something they never wished to experience again. Their memory focused on a wide-eyed, worried baby, clad in a hood and red scarf, looking slightly startled by something. They clarified, with a pang of regret, that they never wanted to witness that particular expression of distress on Mori's face again. A red-skinned, horned figure offered a faint smile towards a solemn, robed companion whose eyes glowed softly, perhaps in a moment of shared understanding. They found temporary refuge, gathering around a warm fire nestled within a dark, cavernous rock formation, seeking warmth and comfort. Their journey then led them to a perilous, misty cliffside where three figures stood, gazing down into a deep and ominous chasm. Dark-clad legs hovered just above a crumbling, desolate terrain, indicating a precarious or aerial passage. The red-skinned, horned character with multiple eyes appeared deeply worried, a bead of sweat trickling down their temple. The same red-skinned character with multiple eyes and horns firmly pushed away a hand that reached out towards them, signaling a refusal or a need for space. A winged, dark-skinned character with glowing eyes reached out, steadying themselves against a rough rock wall, perhaps offering support or seeking balance. Another red-skinned, horned character, distinguished by white hair and glowing green eyes, looked to the right with a subtle smirk, suggesting confidence or a hidden agenda. A dark-skinned arm was held securely by a hand encased in a black glove, its fingertips subtly marked with red, an unexpected detail. In the distance, a humanoid figure observed a dark, skeletal creature hunched ominously on the ground, a silent testament to the dangers of the playground. A white-haired character looked up, their gaze sweeping over several fallen figures scattered across a dark, rocky environment, a grim scene of devastation. A floating robot with piercing green eyes hovered faithfully beside a horned, red-skinned man, serving as a constant companion. In the depths of a dark cave, a white-haired character intently observed a large, glowing symbol etched onto a stone wall, its meaning yet unknown. Their path led them to a colossal ancient archway, seemingly built directly into a misty mountain, an imposing gateway to their destination. From an aerial perspective, the dark, rocky, and grassy landscape stretched out below, littered with various small, unidentified objects. A horned character, with red skin and striking white hair, stood framed within a dark archway, brilliant light streaming in from behind them. Inside, two figures stood within a dimly lit, ancient hall, surrounded by towering stone columns that seemed to stretch into the darkness. Three small figures explored a vast, dark cavern, its immense space only faintly illuminated by a mysterious glow that highlighted the surrounding pillars. Two of them observed with apprehension as an ethereal white creature began to rise from a dark pit within the shadowy, pillared cavern. A sudden realization or moment of shock seized them as the creature emerged, leaving them stunned. A horned figure and a winged figure stood together in a dimly lit, stony room, its ancient walls silently bearing witness. The chamber itself was dark and made of rough stone, dominated by a single pillar standing prominently on the right. Nearby, two small, cute creatures, one significantly smaller than the other, cautiously peeked out from behind a large, dark block. Someone questioned if it was Shalom, only to immediately realize their mistake. A red-gloved hand gently reached out, nearing the face of a tiny creature. A light, rhythmic sound softly echoed in the space. A red-faced, horned figure, with multiple eyes, unleashed a surge of green energy from their outstretched hand. An abrupt exclamation of surprise shattered the quiet. The red-skinned character, identifiable by their multiple eyes and horns, looked distinctly nervous, a bead of sweat marking their brow. A shadowy figure materialized within a smoky darkness, its face a single, glowing red circle. A shadowy figure, wearing a hat, rapidly surged forward, leaving a blur of motion in their wake. A cloaked figure, its single red eye glowing fiercely, moved with impossible speed through the darkened environment. A character's foot pivoted with sudden force, enveloped by a luminous swirl of yellow energy. A dark hand reached out, grasping for a mysterious dark object adorned with white flowing parts and a delicate yellow wisp. Two cloaked figures, one soaring above the other, moved with intense dynamism, trailing glowing energy behind them. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared, its face etched with glowing blue lines, enveloped by an aura of radiating purple energy. A voice cried out Miria's name with an urgent, respectful tone. A mysterious character, with glowing eyes and flowing white hair, stood emanating an intense aura. A dark-skinned hand pointed decisively to the left, standing out against the somber background. Two robed figures floated through a cosmic void, surrounded by swirling purple and blue energy. Two figures and a small vessel drifted aimlessly amidst dark, swirling cosmic objects in the cold expanse of space. A lone white figure walked across a dark, rocky floor, approaching a black sphere marked with a stark white emblem. A white-haired figure, their eyes glowing, held a dark orb, while a red creature nearby registered a look of profound surprise. A sharp gasp of surprise echoed through the air. The character exclaimed Nepal's name. Nepal confessed they had been startled, explaining they had mistaken Miria for a wild animal they were about to catch, and then expressed surprise at Miria's presence, wondering if 150 years had passed. Miria apologized to Nepal for their unannounced arrival, but Nepal quickly brushed it off, expressing amazement at their journey and remarking that Shalom would have been overjoyed if he had been there. A puzzled question followed. A sense of dawning dread began to settle upon them. The character directly questioned if Shalom was not present. A sound of profound bewilderment answered the question. Nepal then offered an exaggerated apology. Nepal explained they had not considered that aspect, emphasizing that the shelter was not originally their department, and admitted they never imagined such an event would occur. The group conveyed their terrible remorse for harming one of their own, but Nepal immediately dismissed their concerns. Nepal explained that human excitement was understandable, acknowledging that what was a rescue mission to them might have appeared as a kidnapping to a child, and they had only later considered the presence of wild animals. Nepal offered reassurance, stating that while their search party members might look rough, they were tough and capable, so there was no need for worry. A character then realized that Shalom had entered a state of division. A stunned exclamation of "What?" filled the silence. With new clarity, the character understood why Shalom's kind had been present in the judge's chamber. It was explained that Raudra's fabric lacked the strength to break boundaries, yet Mori had easily left the domain because Shalom had been weakened by the division process. The question arose if the judge was protecting Shalom, which was affirmed, clarifying that the judge's domain was the safest place in the universe and had fortunately provided a suitable location for the division. All the closest aides had entered the division chamber together, while the others guarded the surroundings and dedicated themselves to the judge. The speaker explained that they had remained behind to manage the playground. With a touch of awkwardness, the speaker described Shalom as rather laid back, scratching their head as they mused on his sudden entry into division. A character questioned if it was the speaker's time to divide, which they emphatically denied, stating they knew their own body better, and then imagined a chaotic scenario of suddenly dividing. The speaker described a period of absolute chaos that lasted for half a year, which the other person readily acknowledged. A somber realization began to form. The character then voiced the disheartening question: they could not meet Shalom, could they? Three figures gathered intimately around an object within the dim, ancient, pillared chamber. Two dark hands, their wrists adorned with white cuffs, clenched tightly onto black fabric. A masked figure, with visible sweat, clutched a teddy bear, their expression wary and cautious. The speaker broke the tension with a forced laugh, admitting the mood had grown too heavy, and offered a tour to lighten the atmosphere. An initial refusal was met with a playful, encouraging retort. The speaker then excitedly detailed the many interesting items Shalom had collected during his passionate pursuits. They then described a specialized space designed to perfectly recreate Mesozoic weather conditions. Gesturing further, they revealed a room brimming with miniaturized versions of Shalom's favorite creatures, asking if they found them endearing. Upstairs, they explained, was an archive room filled with data on beloved creatures, including humans. As they described the next level, a sudden realization made them halt mid-sentence. With sudden eagerness, the character requested to see the archive room. The speaker playfully chided them for not having mentioned their interest earlier. They dramatically claimed Shalom would be so excited he would rush over and interrupt his division, then clarified it was a joke. They explained that Shalom always wanted to share, but frankly, they were not interested in such things, adding that even the judge avoided that particular exhibit. The speaker then stated that while it was not the top priority, they then revealed that Shalom had felt pity for humans. All the deeds committed by adults, they explained, were destined to be inherited by the young ones. Their master, they explained, had chosen the path of watching over the little ones within reach. A heavy, deliberate footfall broke the silence. A character then questioned if it was not their duty to continue that legacy. 4 figures stood before a colossal, dark stone gate. A dark hand splayed itself against a glowing golden tech interface. A hesitant sound escaped the speaker, followed by a cautionary however. They then warned that it would not be an easy sight for them to behold. A questioning sound briefly broke the silence. 3 cloaked figures stood within a dark, textured landscape, illuminated by a faint, distant light. 5 figures stood before a dark, imposing gate, with glowing lanterns casting light nearby. A winged, cloaked figure stood alongside a spiky-haired person, observed from behind. A shadowed character, their eyes glowing, looked up intently in the oppressive darkness. A voice then whispered with a mixture of awe and apprehension, questioning what they were witnessing. A white-haired figure gazed upward, captivated by the brilliant, swirling blue cosmic vortex above them. A puzzled voice wondered aloud about the nature of a strange lump they encountered. The realization dawned that the lump was not a physical mass, but rather a colossal collection of data. This vast repository contained all the information about Shalom's interests, encompassing even humans, tracing their origins from the cellular level. The problem, however, lay in its absolute disorganization, a task so daunting that efforts to sort it had been abandoned thousands of years prior, leaving it in its current chaotic state. Their urgent mission was to sift through this immense data, specifically seeking records pertaining to humans, and even more precisely, those related to mothers. Meanwhile, a small dark robot with glowing green eyes floated nearby, lines above it suggesting a complex processing of thought. A futuristic, ring-shaped device, adorned with wires, rested on a metallic platform in the surrounding darkness. A character expressed dismay, calculating that classifying such an immense amount of data would take at least a year, immediately followed by another shocked realization that the judgment was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. One character bravely offered to attempt something, simultaneously insisting that Miria must not overexert herself further, as she needed to stand in the judgment chamber. A hand suddenly seized what was referred to dismissively as this fool. A tense silence followed the abrupt action. A loading sequence initiated, then a triumphant exclamation rang out, signaling that the daring plan had worked, accompanied by a sharp, metallic clang. A new entity was greeted and immediately bestowed with a name. The focus narrowed on the newly activated entity, characterized by 2 distinct glowing green eyes set within a dark, robotic-looking face. The newly awakened entity promptly inquired about the available power reserves. It then expressed a desire to use an amplifier, which was quickly granted despite the acknowledged absence of a compatible device. The red-skinned, multi-eyed character, adorned with horns and white hair, looked utterly shocked, a bead of sweat forming on their brow. Another character stepped forward, offering to attempt the daunting classification task themselves. As they prepared to connect the power, a forceful and absolute protest erupted from someone nearby. The protester fiercely questioned if the other's memory was broken, reminding them of the previous overexertion in the whale's cradle and casting doubt on their ability to last more than 10 minutes. The speaker continued their furious warning, emphasizing that discussing an amplifier was reckless, and that any further overload would lead to severe consequences for Ryder. Ryder, ignoring the warnings, suddenly posed a profound question, asking why they had been created. The question was met with a surprised and questioning sound. Ryder elaborated, pressing AIA on why they had been given a name if their existence was merely for convenience. They further questioned the specific inclusion of a smiling function in their design. The horned character, with red skin and distinctive white braided hair, stood in the darkness, viewed from behind. A lone figure was seen sitting on a rocky cliff, contemplating a vast landscape bathed in the hues of sunset. Ryder reiterated their core inquiry, asking once more the fundamental reason for their creation. The other character, reluctantly admitting to disliking Ryder's smugness, confessed that Ryder's repair skills were quite useful, then playfully demanded a higher-grade body for their next repair. Ryder humbly stated that the range they could classify was probably just a tiny speck within the vast data. Despite its small scale, Ryder confidently believed their contribution would be surely helpful, accompanied by a soft buzzing sound. Ryder then declared they would leave the rest of the task to the others, issuing a critical warning about accessing overclock mode. The classification process began, accompanied by a repeated warning to ensure Mori was brought to them. A futuristic glowing blue and purple ring structure, with a small object nestled within, floated in a dark void. A brilliant burst of purple and blue cosmic energy suddenly illuminated the swirling void. A dark, cylindrical robot with glowing green eyes floated steadily within the dark void. Information began to load and read, displaying a descending numerical countdown. A dark-skinned, white-haired character with glowing eyes extended their hands, surrounded by an aura of purple energy. Two cloaked figures stood within a dark, ethereal space, before swirling, glowing runic energy patterns. Pixelated green classical illustrations of figures in motion appeared, interspersed with abstract patterns and illegible text. A masked character stood in a dark setting, followed by the appearance of abstract digital interface elements. The red-skinned, multi-eyed character with horns stared ahead intently, while futuristic data graphics scrolled below them. A small, dark object with glowing green eyes hovered precisely in the center of a swirling blue-purple energy ring. Data text defined a family as a fundamental social unit, typically composed of individuals related by blood, marriage, or emotional bonds, providing essential support and care. Further text, in French and English, described a mother as the female parent playing a central role in a child's life, offering care, emotional support, and unconditional love, and child rearing as the fundamental process. More text, in Indonesian, elaborated on the process of raising and caring for children, encompassing physical care, emotional guidance, education, and the installation of moral and social values, accompanied by a warning and crackling sounds. Additional text, in Japanese, described early stages of physical, emotional, and cognitive development, and dependence on adults for care and guidance, reiterating the definition of family as a fundamental social unit. The crackling sounds intensified rapidly. A voice exclaimed that the situation had become too much, vehemently warning against touching it. Another character, however, asserted with unwavering confidence that they could handle the task. They began to explain the profound reason behind their conviction. Their reason was intrinsically tied to today. They declared their identity with powerful emphasis. A tranquil scene showed a small child and a robot sleeping peacefully on a raft, gently drifting on clear blue water. Text defined happiness as a state of psychological stability and positive emotions, influenced by relationships and life satisfaction, also mentioning digital signals transforming unstable human elements. The character proclaimed their deep connection, stating they were Morris, while definitions of happiness continued to display in multiple languages. A wide-eyed child looked up, holding out a small dark object with an innocent gaze. A report was swiftly compiled and written. Blue electricity crackled and sparked around complex machinery and intricate cables. A dark, glowing-eyed creature was suddenly engulfed in a violent explosion of purple electricity. A desperate cry of AIA pierced through the chaotic energy. An urgent warning was issued, declaring the situation to be extremely dangerous. A hand with extended fingers reached desperately towards a glowing cylindrical object amidst a purple-lit scene. The red-skinned, horned character with 3 eyes emitted powerful purple lightning, their expression etched with pain. A white-haired character, with intense focus, summoned powerful purple lightning directly from their hands. A gloved hand bravely reached directly into a violent burst of purple and white electrical energy. The red-skinned, horned character, with white hair and multiple eyes, glared fiercely amidst the swirling purple lightning. 2 robed figures stood before a glowing purple portal, surrounded by swirling mystical energy. A distressed character with glowing eyes reached out, a single tear falling from their eye. A furious red-skinned character with sharp teeth and white hair was completely engulfed in raging purple lightning. A gloved hand with distinctive red fingertips reached forward amidst a surging torrent of purple lightning. A horned character with white hair and red skin strained intensely, battling against the overwhelming purple lightning. An overhead view revealed a glowing device resting on a dark, rocky floor, with small figures discernible nearby. Urgent and desperate calls of AIA. AIA. Echoed through the space. A voice struggled to utter the broken name, Rider. The red-skinned character with white hair, horns, and multiple glowing green eyes looked intensely focused on their task. A horned character with a tail knelt on the ground, gazing intently at their hands. A close-up shot focused on a character with striking red skin, spiky white hair, and dark, functional clothing. Red hands, emerging from dark sleeves, gently held a small, dark cylindrical object. Miria received the triumphant news that all the required data had been successfully obtained. An urgent command was then given for everyone to return immediately. The day dawned with a unique building silhouetted against an orange and blue sky, touched by the warm sunlight. Inside, a dimly lit room hummed with the quiet presence of various sci-fi industrial machines and softly glowing apparatus. 3 stylized figures stood amidst the glowing technology, filling the atmospheric, dimly lit space. A dark, cylindrical object pulsed as it was struck by electricity within a glowing blue circuit. Nearby, a character intently observed a glowing, electric device on a table, which emitted a steady blue light. A vibrant green motorcycle hologram shimmered into existence, floating precisely between 2 futuristic blue-lit devices on a dark table. A red-skinned character with spiky white hair, horns, and multiple green eyes shifted their gaze to the side, contemplating. In another part of the dimly lit room, 2 figures and a small, penguin-like creature gathered amidst the glowing tech. The room also featured a tall grandfather clock, its presence accentuated by light dust motes dancing in the air. A dark, empty hallway stretched out, dimly illuminated by a distant window at its far end. On a dark wooden surface, a single candle cast its flickering light over scattered books and papers. A dark wooden door remained closed, but a faint light seeped mysteriously from beneath it. The voice uttered the name, Rider. Someone inquired about Ajax's current condition. The speaker reported that the provided parts were superior and sufficient, but Ajax's memory state was critical, warning that even if reactivated, previous memories might be lost. The other person interrupted, dismissing the concern and reassuring them not to worry. They expressed their unwavering belief in AIA. Meanwhile, a serene character with glowing eyes and a winged headpiece stood calmly in a dim setting. A sudden sound of surprise or discomfort escaped one of them. A character noted the truly enormous amount of data and affirmed that there was still a long way to go. They pondered the true definition of a mother, questioning if it was merely a role or also a symbol, given its use in metaphors and terms of endearment. Doubt was cast upon whether a single individual could truly encompass the vast functions proposed for a mother. The speaker mused that even with everyone at the mansion working together, they likely couldn't achieve half of it, recalling ancient records that described mothers as a star. This, it seemed, was the profound meaning a mother held for humans in the past. A character expressed uncertainty, wondering if imitation of all recorded mothers would truly lead to acceptance. They confessed to having harbored a small hope. That hope was to discover data about Morris' birth mother among Shalom's records, questioning if it might have been in the inaccessible data. While acknowledging the possibility, they suggested there must be a profound reason why the judge had not prioritized seeking this information. Perhaps, they speculated, Morris' birth mother was no longer alive, or it had been determined that she could not accept Mori, recognizing that not all mothers were ideally suited for the role. A green halftone digital projection flickered, displaying a person alongside a bar graph on a dark background. A fluffy creature with wide eyes and an open mouth displayed an expression of surprise against a pixelated backdrop. Someone clarified that this creature was, in fact, meant to be a puppy. Another character remarked on its distinct lack of resemblance to a real puppy, then quickly reconsidered, suggesting that a closer inspection might reveal similarities. The speaker revealed they had encountered data indicating puppies were children's most desired gifts. Due to the species' near extinction alongside humans, limited information had meant the creation was based solely on written descriptions, sparking thoughts of puppies and mothers. A somber realization settled, lamenting that there were only imitations of everything. Despite its artificiality, Mori had genuinely liked the creation. A character with long white hair and a dark face stared intensely, their white eyes glowing with focus. A happy baby joyfully hugged a surprised, furry monster. A mysterious character with glowing white eyes held a subtle smirk, their intentions unclear. A voice confirmed Morris' liking of the object. Another character with glowing green, slit eyes stared with piercing intensity. They then candidly admitted to having felt envy towards the other person. The recipient reacted with shocked disbelief, questioning why they would be envied. The speaker elaborated, explaining that the other had overcome both joys and dangers together. That kind of intimate relationship, they confessed, was something they desperately longed for themselves. In an elegant room, two distinct characters sat silently in armchairs, facing each other in quiet contemplation. The speaker then revealed that initially, under the pretext of acting for Morris' benefit, they had attempted to quickly send the other person away. A mysterious character with glowing eyes and wing-like hair gazed directly forward, their expression unreadable. They acknowledged that Mori surely would not have wanted such a thing to happen. Realizing that forcing them apart was wrong, they considered making the departure voluntary, perhaps by offering a large sum of money. But a hesitant but hung in the air, signaling a change of heart. The red-skinned character with multiple green eyes and horns nervously grinned, raising their hands in a gesture of surrender or self-consciousness. The other person began to speak, expressing surprise with an unfinished sentence. A dark-skinned character with long white hair and glowing eyes looked away to the right, a single tear tracing a path down their cheek. They questioned their own worth, feeling pathetic. They started to confess, taking responsibility by saying, "I am the one who." Another character mused quietly, concluding that this was a good start. They added a subtle dig, contrasting this confession with someone else. A sharp, knowing laugh escaped one of them. A burst of laughter followed, indicating a sudden and complete understanding. The red-skinned character with white hair and green eyes offered a subtle, knowing smile. They remarked that they were, in some ways, quite alike. The speaker then admitted to also being petty enough to be jealous, inquiring if the other shared similar feelings. They recalled their initial thoughts upon seeing the child's pattern, contemplating bringing him to the other character. A figure with white hair cautiously peeked from a partially open door, unnoticed by a dark hooded figure who observed from a distance. In a dark room filled with scattered books, a robed figure conjured vibrant green magic. Garbled text and a cryptic code appeared, signifying an unknown event or desperate message. A character with white hair and glowing green eyes peered intently from a dark doorway. An urgent cry for AIA pierced the air. A voice struggled to utter Ryder's name, brokenly. With the newly obtained data, the probability of winning the judgment was being rapidly calculated. The precise probability was displayed, 36.1%. A close-up showed the red-skinned character with spiky white hair, their gaze cast downwards in intense focus. Someone urgently reminded Ryder, asking if they remembered how to retrieve the bike. The command was insistent and immediate, they needed to depart at once. A dark figure with 3 glowing yellow eyes and a horn stood under the stark blue light. A stack of old books lay beside a lit candle, with a blurry window indistinct in the background. A final, desperate plea for haste echoed through the space. Imposing dark futuristic city structures loomed under a deep blue sky, casting long shadows. A digital message scrolled, directing readers to a specific platform for quicker updates. A futuristic, dimly lit white corridor stretched ahead, punctuated by a dark doorway and a softly glowing orb. A cool, automated voice announced that the disinfection process had been completed. Nearby, a character's masked head lay abandoned on the pristine floor of a futuristic room. A glowing, caged pendant rested silently on a grid-patterned surface. A low, resonant hum reverberated through the space. A somber young person lay still, tear-like drops glistening on their face in the dim environment. A glowing, caged amber-like object rattled faintly on the dark floor of a blurred futuristic corridor. A small character sat alone in a dark, futuristic tunnel as a glowing orb with a luminous trail zipped past them. The small character intently watched a key or similar object rattling on the dark floor. A glowing, chained object lay motionless on the dark floor, emitting a soft light. A voice cried out Morris' name with urgent desperation. A sharp, guttural cry echoed through the area. The speaker exclaimed that they had been searching everywhere for Mori, then playfully suggested Mori had missed them greatly, seeking confirmation. A crying baby, tears welling in its eyes, was gently cradled by a dark, possibly robotic hand. A close-up revealed a white-haired, red-skinned character in a dark jacket, their gaze cast downwards with concern. They softly urged Mori not to cry, trying to soothe the distressed child with gentle sounds. The character promised to save Mori and suggested they leave the place together. They declared their intention to become Morris' mother. With an emphatic tone, they added that they would also serve as Morris' father. They listed every possible familial role: grandfather, grandmother, big brother, big sister, uncle, and aunt. The character pledged to embody all those roles for Mori, should the need ever arise. They stated their intention for them to depart once more. The character explained that their plans hinged on the current AIA awakening. With Ajax's awakening, they believed they could escape to an even greater distance. They fondly recalled a time when the 3 of them had been together, running freely. Meanwhile, a lone figure sat atop a rocky hill, their silhouette stark against a vibrant desert sunset. A character with white hair and red skin looked to the right in profile, their mouth slightly ajar. The silhouetted figure, identifiable by their spiky hair and horns, gazed out at the brilliant orange sunset. However, the character declared they would not pursue that previous course of action. They acknowledged an inability to force Mori to live a life similar to their own. The character urged Mori to listen closely, explaining that others were attempting to abduct them, and despite their struggle, their chances seemed slim. They revealed that the one who had imprisoned Mori was now curious about their thoughts and inquired about the child's condition. AIA had also advised that they needed to approach Mori. The speaker mused that if their instincts were correct, the ultimate solution resided with Mori. They expressed their need for Morris' power and questioned if there was an effective method for Mori to communicate their feelings. Mori shifted with a palpable unease. A character intently observed a glowing, grid-like sphere as it floated serenely in the futuristic room. A sudden realization struck the observer. A loud, almost primal sound erupted, followed by an unintelligible cry. Another series of strange, garbled sounds followed, signifying a unique communication. A soft, low murmur escaped someone, a sound of gentle assent or contemplation. A second moment of surprise or sudden understanding registered. A sophisticated mechanical hand extended, offering a blank pad to a human hand reaching out from the right. Inside a wooden art box, a vibrant array of colorful crayons lay neatly arranged. A small, chibi-like child knelt on the floor, their gaze intently fixed on a tablet in the dimly lit room. A hand carefully drew red marks on a sketchbook with a crayon, while another hand rested gently nearby. A hand gently touched the snout of a fearsome, multi-eyed wolf as other similar creatures loomed ominously in the background. Crayons lay scattered across a surface, next to an open crayon box, illuminated by the dim lighting. A joyful girl, smiling brightly, held hands and ran up a sunny hill alongside another child. A large yellow crayon created a vivid, bright yellow streak across a dark surface. A group of masked figures, some with visible smiles, held various items while their hands touched softly at the bottom of the frame. A young child knelt, diligently drawing on the floor of the futuristic room, surrounded by scattered papers. A hand carefully aimed a black device at a floating cylindrical robot, which possessed eerie green eyes. A person's eye, with an ethereal blue glow, shed multiple glistening tears. A dark-skinned, white-haired figure adorned with a winged headpiece reached out, their hands extending towards foreground hands. The red-skinned, horned character gently cradled a happy, smiling baby in their arms. The character softly uttered Morris' name, followed by a tender, inarticulate sound. A wide-eyed child, with a bead of sweat on their brow, looked visibly frightened in the dark environment. The voice gently called out Morris' name again, with a hint of concern. They repeated Morris' name, this time with a firm but reassuring tone. A dark hand held up a white card, upon which a simple drawing of a carrot was displayed. The speaker confirmed the drawing, affirming it was indeed a carrot, repeating the word for emphasis. They continued to describe the carrot, noting its round top. The character finished their description, mentioning the long bottom part, then praised Morris' effort, explaining how to write it. A wide-eyed boy, with a single tear tracing a path down his cheek, looked to the left in the dimly lit setting. The character proposed they attempt the task once more. They presented another item, asking Mori to identify it, leaving the sentence unfinished. An urgent, desperate cry for Mori pierced the air. A wide-eyed child looked up, their expression a mix of curiosity and slight concern in the dim light. A hand held a paper displaying a simple drawing of an adult tenderly embracing a baby. A gloved hand held up another drawing, depicting two figures embracing in sleep. A close-up revealed an anime-style eye, its gaze partially obscured by dark strands of hair. A soft, single word, "Mom," was uttered. A green-tipped marker was seen in a close-up, stark against a blurry, dark background. A green crayon glided across a dark surface, leaving behind a glowing green line. A person sat hunched on the floor, surrounded by an array of drawings and art supplies. Meanwhile, a dark, alien landscape stretched out, featuring jagged, blue-tinted structures beneath a somber sky. A dark spherical drone, its center glowing orange, floated ominously in the blue sky. Within a dark industrial setting, a striped warning rope was strung amidst heavy machinery. A curious sound of inquiry escaped someone. Someone observed that it appeared to be exterior cleaning day, but another immediately questioned this, stating they had received no such reports. The first speaker pointed out what seemed to be a cleaning rope, which was met with incredulous disbelief, as the second person scoffed at the idea of cleaning without proper equipment, just using ropes. A blurry red-skinned figure stood facing a red-eyed drone, positioned above dark, jagged structures. A voice bellowed, demanding to know what the figure was doing with urgent alarm. An automated voice shrieked, declaring a code gray and repeatedly broadcasting an intruder alert. A dark hand reached out, gently catching a glowing chain that descended from a small, suspended object. A questioning voice urgently inquired about Ryder, accompanied by a faint rattling sound. Nearby, a winged character, their dark skin contrasting with white hair, calmly averted their gaze to the side. In a dimly lit chamber, illuminated by the soft glow of candles, two masked and robed figures sat composedly on the floor. A dark-skinned character, their white hair framing glowing eyes, wore a knowing smirk as they looked sideways. The character expressed a profound belief in Ryder, certain they would return, and promised their own eventual comeback. The hem of a dark, ornate robe, edged with golden trim, lay still upon the somber floor. Within a vast and dark hall, a single figure, distinguished by their ornate cloak, stood amidst a gathering of other similarly robed individuals. A small figure occupied an octagonal platform, its surface intricately marked with a Celtic knot design. The figure was identified as Miria, hailing from a specific group known as Patch. A pronouncement was made, declaring the commencement of a judgment. It was noted that the restricted area had already received positive consideration in their deliberations. A voice questioned if the individual was still unwilling to yield their position. Miria firmly stated that she would not surrender unless Mori personally expressed a desire to leave her care. An accusation was leveled, questioning Mori's low intelligence and inability to use his species' language, then doubting Miria's capacity to educate him, given her non-human nature. Miria conceded Morris' need for education on human society, explaining that she had contacted Shalom's shelter, where Mori had resided, and received a positive response after discussing it. Miria was reminded that the shelter's authority rested with Shalom, who was aligned with division, and that she had been aware of this fact upon her arrival. Miria affirmed this knowledge, adding that she understood the judge now wielded Shalom's authority. A desperate plea for help echoed through the space. The sudden outcry caused a moment of startled confusion. Miria argued that Mori could learn about human society in a familiar environment if allowed, but a furious accusation followed, denouncing the prior caretakers as shamelessly negligent. A soft, distressed sound was heard. The individuals in question were identified as the caretakers from the shelter located within Shalom's domain. It was explained that these caretakers were diligently striving to protect numerous children. They continued Shalom's enduring will, protecting children throughout the tumultuous human wars. A red-haired woman, seated in a wheelchair, gazed contemplatively across a verdant green field bathed beneath a clear blue sky. Miria urged understanding, acknowledging that caring for living beings was inherently difficult and that these individuals were fallible. She implored them to recall their own past regrets, hinting at shared experiences of error. Miria reminded them of a time when they belatedly understood that intelligent creations were being lost to trivial factional disputes. She pointed out that one person had felt the deepest sorrow from these events. Miria directly questioned the judge, implying that they had been the most mournful during that period. Despite acknowledging their mistakes, the judge challenged Miria to prove her sole capability in fulfilling the diverse responsibilities of a guardian. Within the grand hall, a robed figure dramatically cast forth a whip that pulsed with an eerie green glow. A pale, slender figure with a distinctive cone-shaped head stood near glowing screens, being touched by numerous reaching hands. Someone expressed surprise, identifying the document as a statement submitted by members of their patch group. Miria explained that these members had conveyed their sentiments directly to her. A statement declared potential roles as a mother or aunt, citing profound confidence in loving Mori more than anyone else. Another statement highlighted the significant collapse of human society. Further statements proposed roles like a mother or grandmother, confident in providing sustenance, or a mother and father, citing an ability to be firm. The text pondered the implications if a guardian's duty proved excessively burdensome. Another proposed combination of mother and father, with suitability attributed to the capacity for constant affection, while digital text appeared below. Against a backdrop of flowing green digital data, 3 stylized, masked figures were depicted. Robed figures gathered around a large black slab, with one among them actively casting a vibrant green spell. A collection of masked figures, accompanied by a furry creature, all displayed expressions of deep sorrow and tears. A character, adorned with a feathery white headpiece and possessing glowing white eyes, maintained a neutral gaze directed forward. A question was posed, suggesting the possibility of a shared responsibility. A skeptical voice questioned if Miria intended to merely play house with the child. Miria was reminded that despite good intentions, the proposed relationship inherently involved a hierarchy and was unequal. The speaker warned that Miria herself could pose a danger to the child. Miria was told that she, more than anyone, understood the inherent dangers associated with wielding authoritative power. It was emphasized that the fundamental inequality between adults and children applied universally, even among humans. A small, solitary figure stood starkly against the backdrop of a desolate, ruined city landscape. Miria acknowledged that the formidable power bestowed upon her by the judge had consistently served as her protector. She continued, stating that if the judge perceived this very power as a potential threat to Mori, Miria declared her readiness to relinquish her authoritative power. An indignant voice exclaimed disbelief, questioning Miria's audacity to refuse an ability granted by the judge. Miria was then challenged, asked if she truly believed herself suitable for the child. The question was pressed further, asking if she thought she could embody a complete mother figure. Miria confessed with hesitation that she did not know the answer. She explained that despite reviewing an immense volume of data, the definitive answer had eluded her. Miria mused that perhaps she would never fully comprehend it, even by the time Mori eventually departed from her. She then paused, introducing a significant qualification to her previous statements. Miria acknowledged that she might understand the general definition of mother that most people conceived. However, she asserted that the true definition of Mori's mother was a concept solely for Mori to decide. A close-up revealed a character with white hair and a single, glowing, prismatic eye. Miria then expressed her hope that it would be her and her group. She wished for them to accompany Mori on his journey to discover that unique definition of a mother. With profound earnestness, she uttered a plea. She implored them once more to grant her an opportunity. An objecting voice addressed the judge, pointing out that Miria was currently making an emotional appeal and lacked proof that the child had come voluntarily. A moment of confused inquiry settled over the scene. A sudden, frantic exclamation broke out, identifying an unexpected arrival with fragmented words. A furious voice demanded to know who had dared to open the door in the midst of the ongoing judgment. Another voice identified a distinct sound, leaving their observation unfinished. Two distinct hands, one gray and one orange, reached out, their fingertips poised to make contact. The scene blurred, revealing an indoor setting with a dark dresser and a faint, ambient light emanating from a distant window. Two figures, clad in white suits, hung suspended by a rope above a foreboding, dark mechanical structure. A sudden burst of shock rippled through the onlookers. An ethereal figure, characterized by white hair and glowing eyes, registered profound surprise. A triumphant cry announced the arrival of Rider. Two figures plummeted through the air, tethered by a rope, surrounded by debris near a massive machine. Below, three cone-headed figures in ceremonial robes stood composedly upon a glowing hexagonal platform. A white-haired character, their glowing eyes wide with shock, gaped in utter surprise against the encroaching darkness. Nearby, a furious red-skinned character with horns, white hair, and multiple eyes moved with intense agitation as sharp shards flew around them. A figure gazed upwards at the towering, illuminated structures, observing a small craft soaring gracefully overhead. From the deep shadows, a luminous, ethereal hand emerged, sparkling faintly with an otherworldly light. The futuristic corridor, with its sleek metallic walls, was suddenly illuminated by a strong, vertical beam of blue light. A triumphant cry announced Rider's long-awaited arrival. A stylized character, distinct with horns and a tail, floated serenely within the expansive dark void. The red-skinned character, with their spiky white hair and prominent horns, looked upward, a single tear tracing a path down their face. A lone character drifted, first in a dark cosmic void, then as the space around them became brilliantly illuminated. A black orb at the center emitted a vibrant blue aura, positioned against a backdrop of a star-filled, swirling galaxy. Sketchy line art revealed a character's face, their eyes shining brightly amidst a swirling purple cosmic burst. A monstrous face, adorned with multiple glowing green eyes, stared intensely, a viscous green liquid slowly dripping from its features. A red-faced character, fangs bared, violently spat forth green liquid and crackling energy in the dim, blue-lit scene. A hushed sound accompanied the stark display of a wanted notice, identifying rider as number 250106. A voice declared the newcomer utterly insane for daring to enter the judge's chamber in such a fashion, repeating the accusation with disbelief. A soft, knowing chuckle followed, as the speaker challenged whether their accuser understood that raising a child inherently required abandoning a sane mind. The speaker then addressed someone directly, their tone sharp and pointed. They probed, asking if the individual had been curious about Mori's thoughts and feelings. Presenting an item, the speaker announced it was a letter written by Mori specifically for the recipient. A faint, indistinct sound lingered in the air. Confirmation came that the letter had indeed been authored by the human child. Swirling blue energy illuminated floating white sparks, creating a dynamic backdrop against the blurred surroundings. An ethereal figure, glowing with blue and white light, stood poised against a dark, swirling cosmic background. The glowing figure admitted with a heavy heart that they understood. They confessed to being truly terrible, acknowledging their own perceived flaws. Despite their self-criticism, they asserted that Mori held affection for them. Thus, for Mori's well-being and happiness, they declared their resolve. A large adult hand was shown gently cradling a baby's tiny, delicate hand. The speaker firmly stated their capability and willingness to do anything for Mori. The glowing, ethereal figure radiated a vibrant blue energy, surrounded by sparkling cosmic dust. A robed figure looked up, observing towering, illuminated structures amidst a cascade of falling particles. Three robed figures, distinguished by their pointed hats, extended their arms upwards towards a brilliant light source. Scattered across a dark, angled path, small figures were visible beneath the gentle descent of light motes. The judge declared their intent to deliver the final judgment. An aerial view revealed an empty, minimalist building interior, featuring a prominent staircase and a long hallway. A blurry child in a white shirt moved with startling speed, fists clenched and eyes squinted in determination. A chibi character covered their face in distress, while another gazed intently at a futuristic machine or portal. A wide-eyed boy, his cheeks flushed with emotion, stared intently straight ahead. A small character looked upwards within a futuristic white room, where a flat mat lay on the floor. A young boy floated upside down, suspended precariously between a metallic structure and a vast, starry abyss. A chibi character likewise floated upside down, glowing with a soft blue light against the expansive dark void. A small character drifted within a cosmic expanse, as glowing hands reached up from below towards them. Another chibi character floated serenely against a vibrant, sparkling blue background. A phrase echoed, identifying the child as a young star. The speaker reflected on reaching a profound end point. The back of a person was visible, as golden fragments gently broke away and drifted into a starry blue sky. A wide-eyed baby floated through the starry sky, a sock gently slipping away, beneath a fluttering red cloth. A heartfelt wish was expressed for the child to live the life they desired. A child, adorned with a red scarf, gazed upwards at the starry blue sky, their wide eyes reflecting the cosmic wonder. A voice affirmed Miria's words, describing the child as round and lovely. A chibi character, distinctive with a red cape, floated gently against a beautiful starry sky, painted in shades of purple and blue. The speaker declared that no love could be more complete than this, urging immediate action. A gentle invitation was extended, suggesting they all return home. A character's closed eye and a sweep of hair were visible against the backdrop of a bright blue sky dotted with clouds. A character with dark hair and a red scarf lay relaxed upon a lush green patch of grass. A small, caped figure lay face up, spread-eagled and content on a vast green expanse. A soft, delighted gurgle broke the silence. A small, cloaked figure stood in a grassy field, turning their gaze to the left beneath a cloudy sky. A young boy looked thoughtfully to the left, framed by a blue sky adorned with clouds. A moment of gentle inquiry hung in the air. A young person looked upwards, their eyes wide and startled, mouth slightly agape in surprise. A distant figure stood alone in a vast green field, bathed in the light of a clear blue sky. A wide-eyed character with dark hair gazed upwards, filled with either surprise or profound wonder. The expansive green field stretched out beneath a blue sky, where faint figures could be seen in the distance amidst the clouds. A joyous, emotional shout of Morris' name resonated across the field. A happy child, sporting a wide grin and sparkling eyes, proudly wore a vibrant red cape. A collage presented a collection of child's drawings interwoven with fleeting glimpses of a person walking through a green field. An individual respectfully addressed the judge. They inquired about the proper method for recording the presented evidence. The judge pondered the question, a thoughtful sound escaping them. Several childlike drawings, scattered across pieces of paper, depicted various characters, creatures, and objects. A child eagerly reached out towards two unique figures and their companions, all bathed in the light of a blue sky. Multiple childlike crayon drawings were spread across scattered notebook papers. A clear affirmation was given. A series of colorful, childlike drawings showcased various stylized characters. A suggestion was made to title the collection The Path to Meeting Mom. A cute anime baby, with rosy cheeks and a red cloak, laughed with pure joy. Mythical characters reacted with a mix of surprise and anger directed towards a small child. Two mythical characters, their features contrasting, exchanged smiles beneath a clear blue sky. A group of people stood together in a grassy field, sheltered by a cloudy sky. A window offered a view of a blue sky with clouds and green grass, a light curtain gently draped on the right. Two figures occupied a tranquil room, one slumped in repose at a table, while the other sat calmly beside a dresser. Two figures were slumped over a table in a sunlit room, surrounded by advanced sci-fi technology. A white, lumpy object, affixed with a black device, rested on a wooden surface, with various cables visible below. A soft chime indicated a loading sequence, followed by the concluding phrase that promised a future of happiness. A voice echoed, questioning the identity of an unseen individual. Nearby, two distinctive figures and their two small, penguin-like companions stood watch, their gazes keen. Another query broke the silence, wondering about the location they found themselves in. Ryder urgently called out to Ms. AIA, pleading with her to remember him, only for her to coldly state that she knew no one so unappealing. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed, a realization tied to a specific day in the past. A shadowy figure, its eyes glowing ominously, became consumed by an eruption of chaotic blue and purple lightning. Not far away, a red-skinned man and a dark-skinned woman, both possessing distinct features, stood side by side. A sense of confusion settled, wondering what actions they should take and if Mori could grasp the complex idea of memory damage. The unsettling thought lingered that if Ms. AIA failed to recognize him, dire consequences would follow. Her lack of recognition would undoubtedly leave him profoundly disoriented and bewildered. They decided to first explain their relationships to one another, then cautiously arrange the meeting at a later time. A sudden gasp escaped, accompanied by a quick, sharp sound, as someone urgently called out for Mori to wait. An unseen presence moved swiftly, a silent blur indicating an unexpected turn of events. A loud, distinct exclamation rang out, signaling surprise or a sudden action. Across a sparse landscape, a sleek black robot with piercing green eyes hovered, its arms floating effortlessly. Indoors, a person clad in a bright yellow rain boot took a step onto the warm, wooden flooring. Before a brightly lit window, a dark, elongated object hung suspended in the air. A jubilant child, radiating pure happiness, held aloft a black can adorned with a green the fifth symbol, giggling with delight. Someone exclaimed Mori's name with astonishment, noting how his pronunciation, though imperfect, was beginning to strongly resemble their own name. It seemed to carry an almost performative quality, leading to observations about human fluid types suddenly speaking, and declaring the squishy, smart baby a true genius. One character confessed to feigning ignorance in hopes of receiving further upgrades, but Mori's impressive display had made it impossible to maintain the act, prompting an exasperated instruction to simply ask for things normally. In the center, a character with flowing white hair and an elaborate feathered headdress looked straight ahead, a bewildered expression on their face. Another voice criticized Ryder for his lack of sense, demanding if he understood the expense of his own components, and asserting that a parent's love meant giving freely, especially during Morris mealtime. Nearby, a dark-skinned character with white hair smiled serenely, their eyes gently closed. A magnificent chateau rose majestically beyond a vibrant green field, bathed in the light of a clear blue sky dotted with fluffy clouds. A large, joyous creature tenderly embraced a small, smiling child, sharing a moment of pure affection. With a blush and glistening tears, a large figure gently cradled a small, snuggling child in a tender embrace. An enthusiastic voice declared their desire to hug Mori as well, followed by a sudden exclamation and the offering of an item. On the wooden floor, dark-gloved hands held a yellow tissue box, its label conspicuously blank. Two bird-like characters, their expressions filled with surprise, exchanged the yellow box. An incredulous voice exclaimed, questioning if the number was indeed 37. The reason was then explained: due to an overwhelming number of applicants, they had resorted to drawing lots to establish a fair order. Further instructions clarified that Mori's meal and rest times would count as waiting time, and that waiting should commence from number 20, prompting murmurs about the systematic approach during Mori's mealtime. A call rang out for number 5, followed by an excited shriek as someone claimed the spot. A cloaked figure rested on a bench, their presence noted by another character positioned in the foreground. A gloved hand carefully held a piece of paper, upon which the number 64 was clearly inscribed. A figure wearing a black hat, their face adorned with luminous blue patterns, turned their gaze away. A quiet pause settled over the scene. A close-up revealed vibrant green leaves on a branch, adorned with glistening water droplets against a softly blurred verdant background. On a sunlit floor, an open book filled with red scribbles lay among an assortment of small, scattered objects. A sun-drenched bedroom was depicted, featuring a wooden bed, a classic rocking horse, and numerous books scattered across the floor. An inviting, empty bed stood ready, draped in pristine white sheets and pillows, positioned against a beautifully decorative wooden headboard. A small hand reached out from beneath the soft white sheets, accompanied by a distinct, gentle sound. An adult with horns tenderly nuzzled a peacefully sleeping baby nestled in the bed. A sleepy chibi character, wearing a red cape, slowly sat up in bed, their eyes still closed, subtle lines indicating their gentle movement. It was explained that the large bed had been too tall for Mori, necessitating the removal of its legs. A character awoke, their expression clouded with confusion, as a dream bubble above them depicted two figures and a mysteriously glowing device. A chibi character rested in bed, while on the floor nearby, a red item and a small pet kept watch. A soft gasp escaped, indicating surprise or a dawning realization. A gentle rubbing sound accompanied the notion of first introducing an illness, then immediately providing its cure. A small child sat upon a pillow on the sunlit floor, their gaze directed upwards towards the bed in the bright room. A hand playfully tugged at the soft fur of a happy, gray creature, bringing it joy. Dressed in an orange cloak, a small child stood before a grand wooden door, entirely enveloped in warm sunlight. A tiny, dark, spiky creature cautiously peeked over a sunlit windowsill, observing the world outside. An elaborate, empty golden picture frame adorned a sunlit wall, positioned above a smooth wooden railing. In a sunlit wooden hallway, a character cloaked in a long coat held a gently glowing object. A masked figure, distinguished by a wide-brimmed hat, stood surrounded by luminous text, a hint of confusion visible in their posture. A chibi boy, complete with a cape and toy, stood with one hand thoughtfully near his mouth. A child extended a hand towards a dark-skinned person, while a small creature observed the interaction intently. In a brightly lit room, a small child reached out, their fingers extended to touch a large masked figure who knelt before them. A chibi character, wrapped in an orange scarf, rested peacefully, gently cradled within large, dark hands, their eyes softly closed. A close-up revealed a masked figure, distinctive with a wide-brimmed hat and a mask accented with striking blue details. A joyful baby giggled with delight as two dark, gloved hands playfully tickled them. A mysterious figure, adorned in a hat and cloak, held a smiling baby tenderly close to them. A large bird gazed upwards, while a smaller, smiling bird stood placidly beside a stack of wooden logs. A voice had enthusiastically declared their intention to clean everything up. They emphasized the importance of this task, now that Mori had returned home. They asserted that cleanliness was, above all, the most important thing. A spotless home, they believed, ensured children grew up healthy, followed by a triumphant cheer. Water dripped steadily from a mop, plunging into a wooden bucket below. A feather duster actively brushed against the wall, diligently cleaning beside a sunlit window. A thoughtful hum escaped someone's lips as they questioned what might be amiss. The problem, it turned out, involved organizing books from the shelter, as their covers offered no clue to their contents, prompting an offer of assistance. Two robed figures sat patiently on the floor, engrossed in reading amidst numerous towering stacks of books. A voice inquired about their current activity, which was met with a soft, rustling sound. A burst of laughter indicated amusement over newly acquired information, followed by a murmuring realization of past events. A frustrated voice questioned why everyone was loitering instead of cleaning, before the group collectively realized they had unconsciously ceased their tasks. Organizing books, one person explained, was incredibly dangerous, leading them to get carried away without realizing it, before noting the irony of how such tasks became more enjoyable when they were supposed to be cleaning. A small, chibi-like character cautiously peeked out from behind the sturdy wooden door. A broom, a duster, and a cleaning cloth floated magically against a sparkling background of vibrant purple and blue hues. A soft, shimmering glint appeared, signaling a moment of realization or magic. A surprised sound escaped someone's lips as they turned to Mori, asking if he wished to try cleaning as well. They then instructed Mori to grasp a specific part of the cleaning tool. Mori was then shown how to move the tool from side to side, a heavy impact accompanying the demonstration. A small child forcefully struck a tall, robed figure, the impact resonating through the air. A shocked voice exclaimed that the cleaning tool had transformed into a terrifying weapon, rendering someone incapacitated, affirming the broom's perceived danger. A voice then suggested to Mori that they try a different approach to cleaning, eliciting a questioning sound from the child. Mori was eagerly beckoned closer, instructed to watch the demonstration with utmost attention. They demonstrated how to smooth something out and then fold it neatly, subsequently asking Mori if he wished to try. A hooded figure observed intently as a small child meticulously folded a white cloth on the floor. A penguin-like character diligently folded clothes while a small boy stood nearby in the bright, sunny room. Another penguin-like figure folded clothes, as a child sat close by on the floor, observing the task. A sudden, startled exclamation pierced the quiet. A chaotic, messy pile of clothes lay on the floor, surrounded by vibrant, energetic purple lines. The folding task was grimly compared to an endless hell, as despite their hard work, they seemed to be back at the starting point. A resolute voice declared this task unacceptable, insisting that Mori needed something easier, which would also lighten their own burden, followed by an exclamation of surprise about the nature of the proposed work. A clean cloth was then dramatically presented. Mori was instructed to grasp the cloth in a specific way and wipe the dust from the walls, a sound of understanding following the explanation. A triumphant voice exclaimed that this was the perfect solution, allowing Mori to clean at his leisure, and them as well, declaring it a great idea and urging everyone to finish cleaning while the opportunity presented itself. A chibi character, clad in an orange robe, industriously pushed a soft white pillow against a wall. A hooded figure stirred a large barrel with a stick, all under the watchful gaze of a young boy. A small character stood watching as water steadily poured into a spacious wooden tub. A sound of bewilderment escaped someone's lips. A wide-eyed boy peered upwards, his gaze fixed from within a rustic wooden structure. A hand vigorously wrung out a wet towel, water gushing from it beneath a flowing stream. Another hand wrung a wet cloth, causing droplets of water to steadily fall from its sodden fibers. A cute chibi character appeared, characterized by large sparkling eyes and delightfully rosy cheeks. A sigh of relief followed, as someone noted how truly clean everything now looked, confirming that the cleaning was, at last, finished. A chibi character smiled contentedly, stirring water within a wooden bucket using a delicate feather. A small child stood innocently in the center of a spacious room, encircled by several robed figures. Two mud-splattered penguin-like creatures cried inconsolably, one with tears streaming down its face, the other with a runny nose. A firm instruction was given to wipe the face clean with the rag, applying full force. A high-pitched scream echoed, filling the space with alarm. Three panicked bird-like creatures, their eyes wide with alarm, rapidly ran while carefully carrying a small human. Distressed bird-like creatures frantically bathed a smiling child, surrounded by an abundance of frothy bath foam. Someone called out Mori's name with a sense of urgency. A voice regretfully observed their late arrival, while another, a veteran, remarked upon the truly horrible scene unfolding before them. A figure clad in a long robe diligently mopped the floor of a sunlit, exquisitely ornate wooden hallway. A cloaked figure, adorned with a black mask and wide, surprised eyes, held a staff firmly in hand. A pained cry erupted as someone discovered even more scribbles defacing the wall. A voice expressed serious exasperation, warning that at this rate, the entire wall would transform into a giant sketchbook, asserting that such an environment was definitely detrimental to one's health. A dark, clawed hand firmly gripped a white folded cloth, which bore distinctive blue dashed lines. A hooded, black-faced character with unusually large eyes held a crumpled, stitched cloth in their hands. A large, gentle panda-like creature tenderly embraced a small, smiling human figure. A character stood facing a pristine white wall, now adorned with colorful scribbles and a distinct handprint. A person dressed in a whimsical penguin costume stood facing a wall covered in childish drawings. The individual in the penguin costume continued to face the wall, now focusing on the vibrant and colorful drawings. A hooded figure, clad in a white and black robe, leaned casually on a surface, subtle motion lines indicating a relaxed posture. The hooded figure then subtly turned their head, glancing towards the right side of the scene. A penguin-like character, a faint smile gracing its face, gracefully walked past a sturdy wooden cabinet. Mori's name was called out once more, imbued with either urgency or deep affection. A magnificent chateau majestically rose beyond a lush green meadow, bathed in the light of a bright blue, cloud-dotted sky. Suddenly, a powerful blue and black explosion erupted dramatically in front of a grand mansion.